All right. Hello from France. Hello. Getting older DLC. Yep. Is the stream not affecting the views anymore? I'm on a secondary channel now. So same name as my Twitch. I have a YouTube channel. You can actually, I linked it down below the stream if you want to just get to it. Yeah, how are you feeling, Trundle? Frist. Those damn fristers. Yeah, this is just, like, I don't know. It's possible it could have improved and I just could have just continued to stream on that YouTube channel. Definitely would have been more beneficial for viewership, but I don't know. We've been seeing a big difference in just how our videos have been doing lately. So it could be correlation. Could absolutely be correlation with like some other, just like, hey, there's more interest in HD2 or, hey, you're making better videos, but it seemed too sudden of a difference. So correlate this. Hello, Vada. How are you? How are you doing? How you doing? All right, let me do my announcement that I'm here. And then we'll play some Illuminate. Yeah, I think I'm not going to go as long today. Just, man, my throat is not being my friend.
Hi, Luna. Hi, kitten. I'll turn you heat blanket. Hi, kitten. Luna. Hello, Luna.
Sounded early sick when we did Elden Ring. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't been feeling well the last couple days, and it's like slowly getting a little bit worse. Feel very tired. What's the word? Lethargic? Cathartic? No, lethargic. I got some honey. Yeah, I've been drinking a lot of honey, and then I have these throat lozenges that are honey as well. They're actually fantastic. They usually help me, but it's not helping in this situation, so it makes me think I might be getting sick with something. I don't want to do that. It'll hurt my throat. I want to do it so bad, though, Vada. It's going to hurt my throat.
Hi, Luna.
Boom, cat. Oh. Boom, cat. Look at her just stare at it. That's good. Tilt down. Perfect. I turned on her heated blanket, so she should be very happy. If you had the full Go XLR, it would have hit the echo effect. Dude, I'll be honest, I just find that shit annoying. Like, from a viewer perspective, I find it annoying, so I don't do it. I've always thought about it, but I was like, dude, I don't like it when other streamers do it, when I'm watching. It freaks the shit out of me when I'm like, you know, got them on the other screen or something. Got to hit in the right moment, maybe. When I'm just like lurking doing something else and I just hear that shit come out, I'm like, what the fuck? When I randomly do it in the megaphone. Yeah, I mean, for a good bit, I get it. For a good bit. Do the pirate software voice. You want me to edit my voice? You want me to edit my voice? Is my voice not good enough for you? Look at that cute cat. Oh my god, she's looking mad cute today. I need you to be the same frequency as elephants. What? Did you just like try to say elephants, or what's an elephant? Is that a person? Is that a YouTuber? That'd be a great name for a YouTuber. I feel like elephant. It's elephant in German. Okay. I'm very excited to play Ghost of Yote though. We're getting very close. What is it? Is it next week? It's like the 2nd, right? Oh, next Thursday. Very excited. Any Ghost of Yote fans? It's a brick. Dude, I plugged it in, Lamau. Lord of the Rings, no? Oh, are they called elephants in Lord of the Rings? Like the giant fucking elephants? I'm keen. Yeah. I don't know. I hope it's good. It looks really good. I hope it's good. You guys will get to laugh at me. I'll be playing on a controller for the first time in like a year and a half, 2 years. I don't play on controller very often, so it's been a while. I'm not terrible at it, but it's also been a very long time, so I can see it not going super well. If I could play Ghost of Yote on a mouse keyboard, oh, I absolutely would. Abso-fucking-lutely would. Dude's reacting to Factory Strider's name. Factory Strider? Yeah, he eats... hates. I forgot one word typing that. What was the last game you played on controller? That's a good question. That is a fantastic question. Let me think about that. I don't know. It could be Ratchet and Clank when it released on PlayStation. Horizon Forbidden West. Elden Ring I played on mouse and keyboard. Like, to be fair, I haven't played any games on PS5 in a while. Like, I'm trying to think of the last game I played. I don't quite know. I'll be honest, I don't know. How about playing HD with a controller for 1 drop as channel points? Oh god. Dude, you realize I disabled channel points because I was finding them, you know, tedious stuff to deal with. Now you want me to do that? That would probably be something that, like, I do as, like, a subathon or something like that. Not exactly something I do for, like, free for funsies, because that's not fun for me. You may think it's funsies. It's not funsies for me. I just told you I played Elden Ring with a mouse and keyboard. And man's like, yeah, just go play HD with a controller. It'd be for fun. No, it wouldn't. Master all control options. No, that's what Illuminants do. They try to control you. Those charity incentive milestones? Exactly, yeah. If we do another charity stream, absolutely. Now the question is I want to do a subathon, but I want to decide when. Like, do we do it for Battlefield 6? Do we do it for Arc Raiders? The Super Slam or the main game? I don't know. What up, Mr. Pink? Thank you for the tier 1 4 months. Welcome back. Appreciate you. I'll be here for Battlefield 6. What happened? Where are we losing you to? Like, if I'm thinking strategically, I think the server slam would be best. Just go absolutely all out on that game. Over that period of time. Just to get as much recognition as possible before it goes live. As a Canadian, you should know. Oh, is it fucking Thanksgiving that weekend? Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Dude, I thought Thanksgiving was the next weekend. That changes things. I have to check with my family, see what we're doing for Thanksgiving. That definitely changes things. What the fuck is that texture? It's right here, big dog. What? I've never seen that happen, but that goes to show you, never stand over here on defense. Well, never stand over here on defense. We just learned that. He was shooting at UV1 and he missed and hit our generators. That's crazy. That is insane. I know exactly what that just happened. So like, teammate was fuffing around, you know, like over here, just messing around like crazy. That guy aimed over there. And I think previously, one of the guys walking in aimed at that one. So, yeah, don't be an idiot and stand up there. It's not worth it. Like, he wasn't aiming at the generator. He just happened to hit the generator because our teammate was standing in front of it, essentially. I don't think they need a... Well, they need a rework because they're boring. They don't need a rework because of that. That's just common sense. Don't stand in front of the generators. Like, there's nothing wrong with failing a mission every once in a while. That's something you can easily, like, just play differently and learn from, right? There's nothing wrong with the mission in that regard. Do they need to redo the mission as far as, like, at least bug spawns? Absolutely. They're boring as hell. But, like, remake it for that? Hell no. No. There's nothing wrong with the map in that regard. Why did his aim click like that? I don't know what you mean by click. Like from one direction to another. I think he got staggered. So it's kind of like when a Baltan gets staggered when he's spitting. I disagree with that. I don't think they need to rework how missions operate. There's nothing wrong with it. It's mostly just the spawns on like bugs. But like, I don't know. You saying that immediately after that happened, I completely disagree. That's something wrong with the mission. That's just... That's our teammate being silly and standing in front of the objective and then being like, why did he shoot the objective? No, it's because you were standing in front of the objective. That's crazy. I've never seen that happen. I've never seen that happen. That's crazy. Oh. What are the chances? There wasn't a wall. There was a clear line of sight. Go back to when I was explaining where you were standing and where the harvester was shooting from. There was no wall. It's clear line of sight. Just straight shot. So if he stands there, the mob will shoot at him, which will result in most likely the harvester missing and hitting the objective. And because one of the objectives was already destroyed, I can imagine that that had already happened on the other generator. That guy was spending his entire time over there, so yeah, I can see what happened. You can rewind on Twitch? Not yet. I believe that feature's coming. I believe they announced it at like... It's live now? Oh, is it live now? Oh, it's only for subs and channels? Turbo channels? Ah, okay. Gotcha. That was crazy. Kind of the advent of us just being buffed, though. Defense missions are so much easier because they just keep buffing us. And defense missions have only kind of been nerfed because people complain about losing. A good example is like Leviathans on Illuminate missions. On defense missions that would shoot the generator. Fantastic way to buff them, at least on the harder difficulties, but people absolutely hated that and got them to change it. Boy, do I miss defense missions with Leviathans. Still, the evac civilian missions, wonder how they fare nowadays. I think they'd be really easy. That was a good failure. Oh, us just losing there? Totally fair. I actually like that. And that's like, that's an easily preventable loss. It's just like, just understanding where the enemy is, how he shoots. Like, there's, like, that's why I'm just like, I keep replying to Soul because like, he says they need to rework it. I'm like, no, that's good. What just happened is a good thing. There's literally nothing wrong with what just happened. That's how it should be. You know? And a bunch of strategies came out of like the Leviathans being there. Like some people brought shield generators. You know, I just brought more anti-air. It was fun. I liked it. Had to keep your head on a swivel. You had to like listen for them, right? And then you could start understanding the patterns that they were employing, because like basically once you saw a Leviathan, you would know that like every couple of minutes they would come from that same direction, right? Like it sometimes come from like two different directions, but yeah, it's just, I don't know, learning. Knowledge. But they do need to like buff up the spawns. I think the biggest contributing factor is mostly just turrets. They've buffed turrets so much in the last 6 months that most of the defense missions kind of just feel too easy. On top of that, like our primary weapons, grenades, stratagems have all been getting more powerful too. So, defense missions just feel power crept. Maybe some scripted breaches. Oh, I think it's mostly just like more spawns. Yo, what up, Nicole Mellon? You got the whole sleepover laughing with that comment. Just make sure you do your homework, okay? Increase the door health pools and make the enemy spawns constant. Doors should probably be more tanky, for sure. I can agree with that. But they need to, like, also spawn them differently. They're too easily spawn camped in the current way that they spawn. Bugs and bots have a better way of doing it because it's like they can be spawned inside the facility due to like a bot drop or a bug breach. The problem is that you're so good at spawn camping them that very rarely will a bug or a bot get close enough to actually do a bug breach inside the facility. I think they're balanced around that, unfortunately. Illumina feel better just because they spawn more enemies. And they don't use watchers. And for that reason, I think they just up the spawn rate. I agreed, Lucas. Mm-hmm. Enemies just like patrolling in would be nice. You'll see them coming over the horizon kind of thing. Sir, you're on fire? I need a hole. Kloss, you were so fucking unhinged. Holy shit. Good morning to you too, Kloss. Guy's pretty low level. He might need samples. Is there a limit to each stratagem on a match? What do you mean limit? Like, how many you could deploy in the entire match? No? Why do you ask? Bam, bam. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam, bam. Bam, bam. Oh, he did. Ooh, the rare Seif spawn where it actually tells me what the next shell is. Ooh. Wait, it's wrong. It's literally just wrong. You put my favorite weapon in the wrong tier on my tier list. I hate you. Hello, Clay Aesthetics. Good morning, buddy. Dude, the amount of unhingedness that you know what? That happens so much in the beginning of the game. I find that happens a lot less nowadays on tier lists. You know what it was? It was the damn fucking spear. I put the spear like fairly low on, I think it was the bot tier list or maybe the bug tier list, and I got so much hate for it. I think it's one of my like lowest like to dislike ratios on a video I've ever had. It was like 87%. And it was just a bunch of spear mains downvoting the video because I put it in like B or something like that. Oh my god. Yo, thanks Clay for the tier 1 6 months. Welcome back. And actually it was bugs, and I think it was complaining about the tracking, and it was all the comments were like, well, if you do this, and if you know, sprinkle yourself with salt, and then if you turn around 3 times, if you drop the weapon, pick it back up, it'll work better. Just fucking A, dude. You guys are unhinged. Like, dude, they were relentless with the cope of like how it worked. They were relentless with it. Like, obviously, this was like a year and a half ago when like Spear was like really unreliable, and the only time it was fun was like if you were like lining it up with a ball titan and one-shotting in the head. That was pretty awesome, right? That's my Discord. Sorry. It did it again, dude. It's random. Some days it does it, some days it doesn't. Just messaging Annie. Yeah, he's bad at the game, can't use spear. Dude, and then there's the same thing with the railgun. I don't know if I ever talked about this with you, Clay, but I was getting gaslit on Twitch by like 1,000 people almost every day because the railgun situation. People gaslighting me that I wasn't one-shotting it with the railgun. You're missing the cheek shot. Every fucking stream I was getting gaslit. Once I discovered the PS5 host bug, I would crash out and I would like go out of my way of, hey, are there any PS5 players in the chat? And I'd get them to join me, and then I'd spend the next 10 minutes, you know, dissecting and showing that no, it's in fact a bug, it's not a cheek shot, and you're dumb. I'd crash out. Dude, I was crashing out. They didn't do it on YouTube. Oh man, it happened a lot on Twitch. I think it was because of the Twitch drops, Clay. There were a lot of people coming in because of the Twitch drops at that time. Like, I missed the Twitch drops. I still don't understand why Sony isn't doing any more Twitch drops. Twitch drops popped off for Helldivers. Makes me sad that they've never done it again. I think Twitch gets baited by TikTok clips more than YouTube viewers. YouTube viewers get baited by YouTube Shorts, and Pips put out a lot of YouTube Shorts about the cheek shot. Who knows? It might be in the works. No way, Shams. You're messing with me. There's no way. Hi, Shams. Good morning. How are you? You're messing with me. There's no way. Shams comes in out of nowhere drops that. I think he just really likes getting a reaction. I think that's why he does it on Discord too. Just, you know, like throws a flashbang in. Everybody's like, whoa! I have a cold. Stay democratic. Call it the engine team. Back game performance. Ooh, that's exciting. Hope it went well. Hope you feel better. I'm also fighting something in my throat. I don't know what it is. I think it's the gloom. He's rage baiting. I don't think Shams would rage bait. But I do think Shams likes getting a reaction. He likes messing with people a little bit. Not promising anything, but we've had fun Twitch stuff on the wish list. Takes to have resources. Fair enough. I understand. Yeah, I remember having a bunch of conversations with the community staff when I was in Stockholm about it. I try to rage bait, but underestimate that people take me seriously. They love taking you seriously. I have to do like a PSA announcement every time you say something sometimes. Because I always have to say, okay, what was the context? Try not to. It's doing it right there. See, I just read it like you already said not, but... I'm making it worse. Dude, they're gonna screenshot that. It's gonna be all over Discord in about 5 minutes. They're not gonna look at any context. They're relentless. No, but I appreciate the fact that you you try to communicate. It might not be always successful with people, but you try. Who needs context? But hey, I also think that, you know, you do it for all the news channels that for Helldivers. Because literally everything you say gets made at least one video about every single day. Oh no! Ah, that sucks. PlayStation PR hates me and I mean, they have no right to hate you because they're the ones who leak all your stuff. PlayStation has no right to judge. The amount of PlayStation, like, random country that has, like, shown off something early and has to be taken down as soon as possible. Each comic gets turned into a Games Radar article, yeah. She didn't get picked up, but it's our fault because we didn't have enough stuff. So every word I post gets analyzed. Yeah. That's what I was saying in my video is that, like, a game company that, you know, obviously has its, you know, ups and downs as far as, like, you know, public perception is Destiny. Their blogs, I think, are, like, instrumental in calming the effect a lot. They do that weekly blog where they just talk about upcoming stuff, community stuff. I highly recommend it. You've never looked into it. The This Week at Bungie, or This Week in Destiny, as it used to be called. It was a really good idea by them for like a live service game. Just kept people up to date. I love Warframe's weekly vids. I'm sure it takes more effort, but yeah, weekly vids would be really cool too. I know you guys said you were just had 2 designers recording a video for the balance changes. That's cool. I get 10% of games radar revenue. Oh, there's another screenshot. I am out of ammo. But anyways, that's good. I'm looking forward to the changes. Very excited. October's gonna be a busy month, though. So much fun. Back to the salt mines and Arrowhead. Said you're democratic. Thanks, Chaz. Come by. Appreciate you. Feel better. Say bye, chat. Say goodbye to your Super Earth CEO. That was fun. R-Type, you're good. You're good. Bye, Mr. Newcomb. How's Jump Space? Some people really like it. For me, it's not hitting right. And I can't quite quantify why. I don't really know how to explain why. Like, why I don't love it. I think it's something to do with, like, the gameplay loop isn't super engaging to me yet. Like, there's spurts of fun, but, like, I don't find the ship flying or combat particularly fun. I don't find the ground combat particularly fun. I think the mission variety and just, like, from mission to mission, like, variance to be too lacking at the moment. I think if the base gameplay was more polished and fun, I would not be saying the former. Does that make sense? Like, I think it's like salt. Like, it's okay. Like, it's like 7 out of 10 right now, right? But I know they're adding sliding. I feel like the gunplay, there's a lot of unavoidable damage when you're fighting bots. The ship combat, I don't know. It's not very satisfying. And there's a lot of, like, ship rubber banding where it's like the enemy ship is, like, warp speeding away from you somehow. Maybe that's the thing where, like, once you fully upgrade the engines, it's not really an issue, but, like, very consistently, I'm, like, getting into a dogfight and all of a sudden he rubber bands away from me and I'm like, what? Can we talk about Jump Space? It's kind of like Sea of Thieves, but, like, PvE, no PvP. Like, I think if you give it a year, I can see people raving about the game. I just think it's all right now. Like, I don't think it's, like, a bad game or, like, a waste of your time or money, but I'm also not over the moon for it. I left a negative review after 187 hours. Ah, that sucks. Damn, you've been crashing a lot with your PC, Trindle. It's weird. I don't think I crashed once while playing Jump Space. Ball projectiles feel off. Not real. It's like... Are we... Sorry, we're talking about Jump Ship or Jump Space, Jason Newcomb? I'm assuming. Yeah, I just found a lot of them were, like, basically, like, hit scan, right? There's no, like, opportunity for dodging. And I mean, if that's their go-to, and it's just going to be like a cover-based shooter where you just sit behind cover the whole time, okay. But I just feel like it's not that fun when you add like a decent amount of movement into a game and you have like random spawns all over the map to just say, okay, it's a cover shooter. I just feel like a lot of the gunplay on foot is very unsatisfying because of that. You just take so much random chip damage, and then it creates a loop of like, well, if you get lucky and get the artifact that allows you to heal by shooting your teammates, it like becomes overpowered. You can kill the drones and they shoot after they die. I don't know if I noticed that per se, but I just noticed a lot of things where like I engage with the enemy, I'm shooting at them, and then a projectile that I just can't dodge hits me. And I'm like, well, all right. I should have been behind cover, I guess. It's like every time I have to engage with the enemy in that game, I have to be behind cover. They have some big plans, shipboarding, enemy ship. Yeah, I think it'll get better. Like, I'm sure it will. This is like me like judging the first like 2 weeks of early access, but I'll be honest, I have almost 10 hours and I don't really want to play more. And it's not because it's bad, but it's just like I have other games to play and I'd rather play them. You know? Like, I don't think it's bad. I don't think so. If you're interested in the game, getting in early, you know, I don't think it's a bad purchase. But needs some more love. Needs some more work. But I'm excited to see where it goes. You ever played Void Crew? Nah, never played Void Crew. I've had friends who have talked to me about it, but I've never played it per se. But I've heard similarities, a lot of similarities. Void Crew tends to be more like ship oriented, whereas Jump Space, sorry, has a lot of like on like ground away from your ship combat. It's only $20, yeah. Yeah. What are the previous Twitch drops on HG2? It's the 117 armor. The 117 armor at the launch, it was medium medic armor. Have you tried the Mega Bonk game? No, but it looks very fun. I watched a video yesterday about it and I was like, ah, fuck, why am I not playing this? So I was thinking maybe today we might check it out. I don't know. Or we'll play more Darktide. I don't know. I've been really enjoying Darktide too. Those are Twitch. Those are Twitch drops. But they gave them out later as like a non-FOMO event. And I get that. I think Helldivers is trying to be as non-FOMO as possible. What you do is you just rotate the Twitch drops back on. That's what Sea of Thieves does. Any Twitch drops they do, they just come back later. You know? Or you make them earnable in game later, but I mean, I don't know. As a content creator, Twitch drops would be very big. Would really like to see that. It helps a lot. I was trying my best, you know, in February of this year to like convince them, bring them back, bring them back. So that's really cool to see Shams messing with me. I don't know if he's messing with me or actually they're coming back, but I'll see. He gave me a wink. We'll see. Give me a code for the 117 armor, so I didn't know where it came from. Yeah, was it a code? Oh, I guess it was. You had to claim it, and there's a certain amount of codes. That's right. I just can't see why they'd come back now after putting him off also. Well, I don't understand the logic. What would stop them from coming back? We know why they haven't come back. He explained it. It just takes dev resources. And I get that, because someone has to make a skin just for the Twitch drops and stuff with that, and then they have to organize it with Twitch and set up the campaign. They probably want to redesign the Twitch drops campaign because last time it didn't go super well because there's a limited amount of codes. So just bigger fish to fry. Purple armor. Yeah, I mean something very Twitch related, maybe. That's what a lot of games do. I don't think that's how they operate. They're not just going to hire some guy in India to do it. And, you know, retooling the drop system is not a just hiring a guy in India kind of thing, dude. But also, they wouldn't take it from a war bond because, like, typically, like, at least from what we've gotten so far, it's a unique armor. Not a unique perk, per se, but a unique armor. Thought they were subtracting already. Not to India like that. I don't know if Wildcate can do Twitch drops with their tiny outfit. Oh, you're just saying if Wildcate can do it, I can't be that complicated. It is fairly complicated. You have to set up systems, right? So you can definitely see that Arrowhead didn't plan for Twitch drops, but they had to do Twitch drops. So what I'm saying is the Twitch drop system for Helldivers was like incredibly like jerry-rigged together. What you had to do is you had to watch on Twitch, then you had to verify some accounts, then you got a code that you then put into game. But the problem with that is that people fucking suck. Every like little minute amount that you make more difficult than the other Twitch drop, hundreds upon thousands of people will then have trouble with, right? And they will incessantly complain. And on top of that, they had a limited amount of codes. Because of the success of the game was so much greater than they thought, they had a limited amount of codes, and then that all created another problem. And then they had problems with like the back end of like too many people signing up and signing in. Twitch drops are easy when your game is small or when you're planning for it. But I feel like with Arrowhead, they weren't like, I think this was something that like a couple months before launch, they were like, probably Sony came up to them and was like, hey, we're doing this for marketing. You need to have some way for us to do this. And they were like, oh, fuck. I guess we'll do codes. But like, I could see them wanting to improve the system so it's more robust for the future, right? So they can keep doing it, right? Because like the Twitch drop system last time was like, obviously it did really well on Twitch, but at the same time, it didn't do very well because it was kind of a PR disaster while they were already dealing with stuff. So I can understand them being hesitant and not wanting to invest resources into improving the system. It makes sense. I can't blame them. So when he says, you know, dev resources, it's probably some of the back-end stuff. Because you also got to remember, that Twitch drop might even be more popular now than before. Because the install base of the game has exploded since the last Twitch drop has happened. So if they just did the old Twitch drop, it might go terribly. Because, yeah, not that many people are playing right now versus when I launched, but there's a lot of people that just, like, collect Twitch drops, and they're not even playing. He said no promises. He did, yeah. That was cool as Shams came by. I told you the first time Shams came into my chat. I didn't quite know if it was Shams or not. I think I was playing on the bot front. I had my autocannon, and something in the previous patch had like messed up fabricators, like bot fabricators, and they were like very weird about like being blown up by like explosives, especially like the autocannon. And I was like, man, they really gotta fix that. I wonder what's going on here. And then out of nowhere, someone named Shams in chat says, we're working on it. That's all he says. That's it. And I'm like, I feel like I know that name. And at first I was like, I thought he, like it was someone like an imposter or something like that. But the more I looked into it, like after stream, I was like, I think that's actually Shams. So I VIP'd him. And every once in a while, Shams comes by, says hi. Shams, or Game of that music is weird. Here, I'll turn it up, dude. I got you. Is that better? Of course the music stops. I saw while Gate is doing the ship, the two-man ship. That's cool. That's cool. Like, I really hope that game works out, man. Like, I really do. I don't want to see the game just fail and go away. I'm definitely very worried that it might. Teammate! That was Factory Shredder. So remember I was complaining about my throat? I don't know why, but my throat feels better on stream when I've been yapping a bunch. Does anyone know why that is? Like, I wake up in the morning, my throat's a bit sore. And then I start yapping on stream, and all of a sudden my throat doesn't hurt as much anymore. I didn't take anything. I've been drinking water the entire time, hydrating. He's very bold joining like HG2 streams. I don't think it's that bold compared to like him doing a message on that like their Discord. You could argue that this is friendly territory because like I actually like the game. I'm not an asshole, so I don't know. I don't think it's that crazy. I'm not gonna like roast him or anything. I know, but I hear that from streamers a lot, really. It's cool, don't get me wrong. It's the people in chat. I mean, no one went crazy. Decrease post-nasal drip due to position. So, like, me laying down, more nasal drip causing irritation in my throat? Is your explanation? Makes sense. Cool. Factory Charge is scaring me with that thing, man. There's like some decent going on. It's like every once in a while the shells look like they're actually hitting me. Zombie here? Oh god. Yeah, you're right, Cosmic. You're right. Yeah, if Zombic was here, oh dude, I would have actually timed him out. Oh dude. That's like that like rowdy kid with the parent, and like the parent just like puts him in another room when like friends come over or something like that, you know? Put the kid in daycare. You go to a restaurant and they're just like crying the whole time. That's Zombic. Rage Baiter Zombic. See, and the problem is with Zombic is I can't tell when he's actually rage baiting or if he's like being serious. It's such a mix, and he blends it together so well that I just... Mucus from your nose descends into the throat, irritating and inflaming it. Interesting. Why is this happening all of a sudden, though? Why is my mucus causing irritation? Because it's not like I've changed anything. Is it just like my throat is irritated in general? And then the mucus is, you know, making it worse? Because I have been yapping a lot lately. That's why honey things like to smooth it. Yeah. Okay. I just gotta Be more aware. Oh, I missed. Wait, he's actually dodging. He's dodging. Chat MD in the office. Can you check if this lump is cancer, chat? I wish I was half the rage baiter Sonic was. He's got talent. He just not. I see. That's the thing, is that I think a lot of what Zomic says is not rage bait. I think it's literally his opinion, right? And then sometimes he knows what he's about to say is gonna be rage bait, so he leans into it. They changed gas grenades. Can't blow up the ship now with them. You can. The ships are in the constant state of how easy or hard they are to blow up with a grenade. I believe it has something to do with the size of the explosion of the destruction damage. And I think gas grenades might have a smaller explosion radius versus other grenades. But I'm not exactly sure. That's why you see me using the grenade pistol a lot. Is I don't even try at this point to make grenades work on the ships. They're just super weird. Try bouncing the grenade on the side of the door. See, I used to say that was the better option. I honestly think that might be the worst option. I find the bouncing off the wall actually makes it worse, but maybe that's just me. Makes the grenade pistol different. I believe because it's a on impact it just explodes immediately, Octavius. It's not like potentially bouncing out or bouncing away from the hitbox where it needs to blow up next to. You know? That's my guess. Like, because it literally just blows up right on that surface that needs to be destroyed, there's no fluffing around. Whereas the grenade will sometimes bounce away, or maybe there's some desync. It's not rattling around on the ship. I mean, it kind of is though, right? Like when you throw it at, like it looks like it's going inside the ship, but it's actually not. There's actually like a wall there. And it like can actually like bounce back a little bit out. Like, at least with the pyrotechnic grenades, when you throw the pyrotechnic grenade in, a lot of times, because of the movement, it can, like, kind of come back out. Because there's a fuse time on it, right? Oh, yeah. With the GP, yeah. With the grenade pistol, like, it's just exploding immediately, so it's not, like, yeah, like you said, rattling around and, like, possibly moving away from the spot it needs to blow up on. Hello, Anonymous. Thanks for 100 bits. Is that Bob? Is that Bob? Bob? Bob, is that you? Hi, Bob. Oh, how are things, Bob? Do the impacts work okay? I have no idea, but I would assume probably. Like, if the grenade pistol is working this reliably, I would assume impacts work that well. But we can try it after this. I'm down to try it next game. Still sick, getting better though. That's good. That's good. Bob, I was gonna ask you last time you were here. I forgot. I feel like it was like 2 months ago or so. You know, you did that interview for the job. Are you any update on that? Is that more likely now? The one at the was it a card store or was it just a retro game store or was it both? I can't remember. It was like that kind of store. Never heard anything from them, sadly. That sucks. Sorry, bud. Cooking the gas grenade might be better for the ship busting. Yeah, I can see that. Board game, that's it. Okay, I was in the right subcategory. What you been up to, Bob? What's the addiction of choice? Hey! I didn't mean that. Hey, you! Scaring the shit out of me, bro. Is the problem on the Illuminous ship mission still a thing? Which one? Like the repel mission with the ships being weird because they're special ships, not the normal ships? Is that what you mean? I believe so. I believe that hasn't been changed. But also, I haven't done a repel mission in like 2 months or something. They came back for a while and then I haven't seen them again. I'm not sure if people just avoid them and I just never seen them in quick play or they're just not there. I don't know. The last time I played, though, they were still doing the same thing where they were a bit sketch. It's kind of the same problem I have now. No, I believe there was like an HP difference, cosmic, and it was causing issues. And like there was also desync from the host to the non-host. So like when the ships were landing, they were rotated differently depending on who was looking at them. The host would see something different than the non-host. Repel is only on defense missions. That's why I haven't seen them in a while. Thank you. Thank you, Yuta. Hello there. What's your opinion on the dedicated loadout slot for Melee? I say it all the time. A lot of my videos. I've been recommending that they do that for a while now. I think a dedicated Melee slot would make a lot of sense. Because at the end of the day, I don't think they're ever going to be able to make melee weapons as satisfying and as good as, you know, ranged weapons. Because at the end of the day, the game is too grounded in, like, actual, like, logic that makes sense. And it just doesn't make sense that a melee weapon is doing more damage than a fucking pistol, right? So the melee weapon will always kind of lose out. Unless all of a sudden we get like support level melee weapons, I don't think our melee weapons will ever be able to compete properly with like a grenade pistol or an ultimatum or, you know, X, Y, or Z weapon. Like they'd have to make melee a lot better in order to compete. And I don't see that happening. So just give them their own slot, and I think they'll be fine. Loyalist's good. Depends on how you look at sidearms. If you're someone who just wants a sidearm to be like a secondary main weapon, the Loyalist is that. But it's not a very good sidearm in the sense of like you pull it out for utility, or you pull it out when something gets too close or you're out of ammo. Because the Loyalist you have to take out with intention, right? Because it has a charge up, and if you don't use the charge up side of it, it'll feel very bad. Sorry, Mr. Newcomb, you're right. My bad. And we do have a support melee weapon. I was more, you know, thinking like a grav hammer or like some energy plasma sword or something like that. The Loyalist is the purifier but not purifier sidearm. I think melee won't get changed, just like because like not enough people care about being good. I don't know if it's that. I believe it's not because it's not super popular, but I think it's more just the game is too grounded in some amount of like, you know, believability. And it's just not believable that you would walk up to a bug the size of a goddamn bear and somehow like be super victorious, you know? Like already our melee weapons are pretty insane if you think about it from like that grounded perspective. So like they would have to just continue to do that. We'd have to get to the point where we're like two-shotting brood commanders for me to like say that it's worth it, because it's very high risk, right? What warbond would you recommend as my first? Democratic Detonation. Dubois, maybe. I also have a YouTube video. If you check out my YouTube channel for videos, I have a tier list of warbonds there. It includes almost all the warbonds other than the last two that were released, which is the ODST warbond, legendary warbond, and Dust Devils. But you can also find those reviews on my YouTube channel. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Thanks, Bob. I don't even know that name, Fane, so it's like, is it... How to pronounce it? It's like... Du Bois? No. Du Bois? It's French. Bonjour. Comment ça va? Dubois. Ah, so I was right. Dubois. Dubois. Alright, fair enough. Bois. Bois. Speculation on what we get for Liberty Day, if anything. It's exactly 1 month. So the big patch comes out, they're saying like mid to late October. We honestly could get something alongside Liberty Day. I could see them do like an armor set or something, a little bit of a celebration for it. I don't think we'll get anything big. Do you see the Battlefield 6 campaign trailer? I did, but I didn't really care. I don't care for the campaign in Battlefield. I was more there for like, oh, that's cool. Maybe that'll be in the multiplayer. Rebecca says she wants to do a Canada trip sometime. Oh, that's cool. Canada's pretty boring, but at the same time, there's a few interesting things. It's like a lot of nature. Toronto has a lot of good food. I absolutely would not come in the winter. I would definitely come like late spring, summer. September's too late. Those are the best times. Vancouver's really interesting. Honestly, if I was going to go anywhere in Canada, I'd probably go to Vancouver. Vancouver, Alberta. See the Rockies. Do all the touristy stuff. Last time I went in the winter, I went through a ton of snow. Yeah, it's rough. it's got to be rough, especially if you're not used to it. For the last Trident shotgun, that'd be cool. We know they're working on it. Because Johan some time ago said that the Trident was something they were working on. Does Vancouver have a drug problem? It's like on one particular street. Yeah. It's pretty bad in that area. But most likely you'd never go anywhere near it. Maybe a new gun? Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Unless you wanted drugs. They were gonna... I believe they said at one point it was the Tanto that they were also working on, but I don't remember. This was like 6+ months ago when they were talking about it. So... my memory is a bit skewed. You know, seeing a scrub bar on Maple's stream. Oh yeah, they finally added it. If you are a sub on the channel or you are a Twitch Turbo subscriber, they've been rolling out the ability to like instant replay, similar to how they do it on YouTube. Fucking took them like it took them long enough. I believe it's going to be rolled out to all users later. But for now, it's only if you're a sub or Twitch Prime or Twitch Turbo. I have both. I have 2 bars. Wait, there's 2? What do you mean there's 2? Is the spear effective versus flesh mobs? I would not recommend. There's far too many flesh mobs for you to use the spear. One of the reasons I've been on YouTube, kid, for so long. Yeah, I mean, instantly, like, if I'm not interacting with chat or I'm not there for drops, I go to the YouTube stream. Or if I don't want to listen to their music, I just go to the YouTube stream. So only 20 years behind YouTube with the Seek bar. Well, I mean, it's less than that because it's live streaming, and instantly scrubbing a live stream is different than a VOD, but yeah. It's, what, 5 years? Is music off? The in-game music's on. I believe my audio, though, is all a bit weird. I put in the new graphics card in the stream PC, and it just messed up all my levels. So I've been trying to figure out what exactly I need to do. Wait, did that just boost my mic volume like crazy? Why did that? No, it didn't. Okay. Weird. That's like too loud for me. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, I don't know. Audio's been a bit weird ever since I messed with some stuff. I don't know. Yeah, that's better. Is that why there's no music? Yeah. When I did the driver update for the graphics card, it fucked up all my audio lines, and I don't know what went wrong, but for some reason the music line is like just acting really weird, and it's coming through another line, and I'm just like, why? And I haven't been able to figure it out. It's been annoying me. I've been trying to deal with it off stream. Wait, why don't I have the backpack? Did I put it down? Nice ratting. Well, It's all electronic, so the audio driver just got fucked up and then it messed up all my settings on OBS. It messed up like my Windows settings. Messed up a lot of stuff. Auto will save you after stream when he wakes up at 9 p.m. Damn. You didn't have to do our boy Vada like that, okay? Got brain, please. Oh, got it. My drivers are 6 months out of date, so I feel your pain. Well, it was kind of the my drivers weren't out of date. I just installed a new graphics card, so I updated my drivers, and then my computer decided to have a hissy fit. Even my OBS forgot its settings. So, bit awkward. And I didn't have a save of all the different routing. But I set it all up, to my knowledge, the way it used to be set up, and it's not working. So I don't know. Hello, Teo. Switch from a 1050 to a 5060. I had to update and reinstall a bunch of shit. That's a huge update. Oh my god, congratulations on that jump in graphics card, bro. That's like 2xing your performance. That's probably more than that, actually. So I kept updating mine. I kept breaking my PC. Oh, I never had that problem. That's insane if it's breaking your PC from a graphics driver update. What I recommend maybe is using DDU, Display Driver Uninstaller. Free program. Very popular. Like, very popular. Use that program to fully delete your previous driver, and then you reinstall. Damn, Vada? Holy shit, Vada is like... Man. Reese makes one comment about his sleep schedule, and Vada just goes fucking savage on the next person who says something. Reese, look what you've done. You've unleashed the beast. Teo had it coming. You don't talk about a man's sleep schedule. Could YouTube have gotten me on a live Australian television show? Hey, have you seen the dumb YouTube kids that they do? You could have absolutely been on the nightly news, man. Samir and Mabel voice conservative ladder. We'll turn it down. Is that better? Is that better? It's good. Oh, you want me to turn it back up? Don't turn it down for fuck. Wait, you just made a comment that it was too quiet. Oh, fuck, man. I'll go in the middle. Make both of you happy. Could YouTube have led me to meet Scorsese? Did you actually meet Scorsese? Or did you meet his, like, wax doll or something? I've seen Hot Ones. No, but I made people believe it. Bam, 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 bam. What came of the MO with new stratagems? It wasn't new stratagems. I got clarification from the CMs, and they were like, yeah, we're going to tell people after the MO finishes what the reward was, and that it's, you know, just existing stuff. And I'm like, guys, you should really make a statement that it's not new stratagems like now. People are already starting to speculate. And they're creating camps on which upgrade is better. So luckily they heard that advice and they implemented it like very fast, and it didn't go downhill very so. Oh, you're talking about the DSS upgrades. Oh, my bad, dude. I thought you were talking about the last demo. Oh, I just assume this is like DSS stuff to allow us to go into the gloom with it, or the DSS stuff that they've been discussing for a long time about wanting to do to it, like make it better. Like basically immediately after the DSS came out, there was like a post in the there was a channel inside the official Discord that was like, hey, this is what we want to do to the DSS in the future. And I believe they've done some of it, but they haven't done all of it. So I wouldn't be surprised if they've just been working on it and then we're going to get it now, maybe? I don't know. We'll see. It could just be literally like, hey, it can go in the gloom. But I think there's been a lot of feedback for a long time now that, like, obviously the DSS is not what it probably should be. It should be a little bit more exciting, interesting. It's not terrible right now, but it's kind of like you don't really think about it. It's just that it can go in the gloom. I'm gonna get my hopes up. Yeah, I think that's fair. Does DSS stand for Democratic Space Station? Mm-hmm. People either hate you because you're prettier than them or more successful. Stop being impressed and be more involved. Taylor, did you read that on like the bathroom floor or something like that? Like, what the hell? Sir, this is a Wendy's. Why are you standing on a soapbox preaching at us? Most fun faction, in your opinion? Bugs. And I mean, it does do that, Ocular. It doesn't do it all the time, which I think is the way that they balance it. Because if it turned the tide every time you voted it anywhere, it would maybe be too OP. And it would lead to us winning too often, which would be kind of boring. But, you know, I think it does do that. I use a DSS sample donation as a daily ritual. I don't. I only donate to it when I feel like it's important. Which reminds me, today is important. Gotta get that orbital barrage going. Like I said, I'm either prettier or more successful than the haters. Don't let me find the reason. What I meant is it should feel like it does. Have more like visual element. That's fair. That's fair. While you're playing, have more of a visual impact. I can agree with that. Yeah, because if you don't know what the upgrades do, or like go to the API, you probably won't ever like realize what it's actually doing. Isn't it? I don't know where it is right now. Is it not on this planet? The idea says blockade needs improvement. 99% of the time we use it just to get the hellbod. Yeah, it doesn't feel very useful. Not winning is undemocratic. But winning if we do it too much is also just boring. The outcome of the MO should never feel certain. There should be, like, some doubt. And I think Arrowhead overall does a really good job at doing that, right? Where a lot of the MOs are, like, you know, we have the ability to do them, but they're not always easy. Seems like the impact grenade is extremely reliable at killing these ships. So I think my point still stands of... It has to do with the grenade, like, bouncing out. Oh. Okay, so I think this one's broken. But it's like, grenade pistol should still work, though. Yeah. So every once in a while, that happens. If you go to the other door, it would be fine, maybe. So it's just like, there's something weird going on with grenades. Chill moment, actually. Spoke too soon. Yeah, there's something about grenades, and maybe like some desync or something, that like, they have that effect. What the fuck did you just put in my chat, Fact Shredder? So, anyways, I think Arrowhead does a good job with the MOs. My favorite theme of filler MO. We want huge events like every week. Yeah. Filler MOs are just always going to be a thing. It would be like literally impossible for them to not be a filler MO constantly. The idea that like somehow they're going to be able to like add a new stratagem or, you know, add some new mission or some important story beat every single MO, that's like impossible. But every MO does have an impact on the overall galactic map. Flare him over, hugs given. That'd be pretty funny.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Dubois. Dubois. Thank you so much for the sub. Welcome. Appreciate you. That's very kind. I feel like I'm missing some side objectives on this map. Yep, one right there. I didn't even know I had Prime connected. Well, appreciate you. Very kind. I mean, that's what they do, Fixer, right? That's kind of what the Unjust update was. That was what the Battle for Super Earth was. They were like multiple MOs back to back to back to back that all strung together. And, you know, that does happen every couple months. I expect the next one to be in another couple months, you're right? I've learned for a long time between HG2, Battlefront, and Warhammer. Oh my god. My dude, thank you so much for supporting the channel. That's very kind of you. And here I am thinking like a first time chatter, you just dropped by the stream. Thank you. We could get some like stratagems or even weapons from the first war as a result of the ammo. Yeah, I mean, we haven't had an MO that gave us a free stratagem since the grenade wall, unfortunately. We've been kind of due for one, so... The first year of the game, there was more of that happening. The second year, a lot less. I'm not sure if that's because they've been, like, shoving more stuff into war bonds lately. Like... War bonds as of late have had a lot of stratagems inside them. Ooh. Ooh. What? What the fuck just happened?
I think a purple barrel just blew me the fuck up.
Where?
I have no idea.
Eh? Whatever you were doing in February of 2020, that got me hooked. Fuck. I have no idea what the fuck I was streaming in February of 2020. 5 years ago? Was that Battlefront? I mean, it's probably Battlefront, right, Bellin? Probably. Bye, Thorax. Sleep well, bud. Is there any more tier list planned today? Probably not. I kind of want to take it easy on the videos for the next day or so. I got some other ideas I have in my head, but I'm not sure. To some extent, I think I might slow down on the videos because HG2's interest in general on YouTube seems to have died a lot. So save those video ideas for when, you know, maybe the October patch comes out or something. Gonna get a Warbot next month? Yep. 6-week mark. I think right now we're like 3.5 weeks out or something like that. Can the harpoon kill a strider in the eye? It can, but I believe not in one shot. I believe it takes 2. But also, just hitting the fucking eye is not exactly the easiest thing. I think he means the harvester. Tommy!
Surprise, motherfucker.
Tier 1 11 months.
Yesterday for work payday pints we all learned how to sew. Get out there, diver, and I'll stitch you up like a Frankenstein's monster.
Hell yeah. Star Wars and Warzone I was playing at that time. Interesting. The eye hitbox is really small, yeah. It's not exactly... Like, because obviously you have a projectile weapon. You have an enemy that moves around a lot. It's a very small hitbox. Just go for the leg. It's 2 shots to the leg. It's a pretty big hitbox. Yeah. Oh, really? I can't fucking drive that tree? Are you serious, bro? There we go. I was hoping I could, like, drive backwards the entire way, but it's not working, man. Too much wheel spin on that, that hill. Hi, Annie. How you doing, sweetie? Convert with Star Wars, probably. Stream highlight vid from back then. All right, sick. So it only took 5 years to type. Well, happy to have you, dude. Thank you for supporting the stream for so long. When you mean leg, you mean the actual leg part or the fleshy joint that you shoot when you pin weapons? I mean the leg, the part of the leg that you shoot. Never shoot like the normal armored part. Never worth it. My friend and I went out, forgot to blow out the candles. So bad. That's scary. How is the friend with Misty? Are they getting along? What war buying gave your FRV the Too Fast Too Furious Nissan Skyline treatment? That was all me, babe. All me. She fucking loves Misty. She wants to take Misty home. Aww. My dog almost lit his tail on fire last Christmas. Oh, shit. Yeesh. Yeah, I don't think animals properly understand fire. Oh my god, look at how Luna's laying right now. I just realized. She is sprawled out. She has her heated blanket on, so she is in love. Also, she had some guy in Discord sending her money with a prepaid MasterCard. I need to do that. Wait. So your friend, who's a single mother, has been using Discord, and some dude is just sending her prepaid MasterCards? Does she play video games, or why the hell is she on Discord? You've never mentioned this about your friend. Is your girlfriend Amaranth? Yeah, she knows she has a kid. The kid isn't that old to know Discord, is it? I thought the kid was like 5. There are 5-year-olds on Discord? No, she is like these stock trading Discords. Oh my god. This is some Wall Street bets kind of stuff, isn't it? Is Kloss in that Discord? No, her 5-year-old isn't on Discord. Okay. So she has met someone in a stock trading Discord, and then this person is now sugar daddying her, I guess. How much money is she getting? Do you want me to invite her to our Discord? Go for it. But she ain't getting fucking MasterCards from me. He's in love with her. Yeah, bring her to the stream, Annie. Uber Eats, few $100. Does she do anything for him? Is this a transactional, kind of situation? Or is this like, I just like your attention, here's shit because I have too much money? I feel like this guy has probably the emotional, security of like a 14-year-old, and he's just like, well, if I show her that I have lots of money, maybe she'll like me. He wants on phone talks about stocks. Do they actually talk on the phone? Or do they just message? Like, I assume because it's Discord, they might have gotten a voice call. He brags. Yeah, he's got the emotional insecurity of like a fucking 14-year-old, probably. That's what I'm picking up on this situation. Dude's like, just showing how much money he has, and then, hoping that she'll fall in love with him because of that. But obviously, she's not going to stop talking to him because, hey, she's getting a MasterCard out of it. But one day, he's going to step too far and ask for something, and she's going to be like, hell no, what the fuck? And then he's gonna get pissed. This is not gonna end well. But I guess she's, you know, good for her to milk it, you know? He needs to learn somehow. Some people, you know, they just get told, don't do that. Chat, don't do what he's doing. But how come I don't get prepaid MasterCards from you? I give you Steam disc cards. Is that the same thing? Every time Annie complains about not having enough SC, like super credits, I just send her like a $20 Steam gift card as like a, here babe, you don't have to grind anymore. Is that simp behavior? Oh, fuck. Chat, am I a simp? Oh, fuck. Existential crisis. Too late, I've already spent $1,000 to an Indian scammer. Oh, God. Where do I sign up to be a Discord kitten? Do I have to shave my beard first? Well, I mean, apparently, you just have to have, like, a very feminine voice, and then you can join a Wall Street Bets Discord, and you're good. You don't have to send pictures. I never use it though, those Steam cards. Wait, have you been declining every single one? I don't pay attention to my notifications. You just like save them up? Happy wife, happy life. That's some solid logic right there. I mean, it could be something. He knows she has a kid. She likes the kid. That can be a good thing. Wait. He knows she has a kid. She likes the kid that... Well, I hope she likes the kid. It's her fucking kid. Wait, what? Does he like the kid? Wait, Wait, where is this conversation going? He likes the kid. No, him. Okay. But I mean, that also is a bit sus. How much does he like the kid? Not that kind of like, hey man, it's for a joke, Cosmic. I mean, I would hope he doesn't like the kid that much, but... I understand why people don't question if the woman is the actual mother. I mean, in this situation, this is Annie's friend. So, yeah, yes. He seems like a genuinely nice guy. Yeah, other than the fact that the majority of their relationship is built on money being exchanged. And his attempt to buy her. Yeah, seems like a genuinely nice guy. It didn't start that way. But I mean, it's definitely turned into that. It's turned into essentially like a pseudo-transactional relationship. You know? She's trades stock. She didn't go into the Discord looking for that. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty clear that she was just minding her own business and he popped in. There's no such thing as free money. Yeah. Well, in this situation, to her, it probably is free money, right? She just gives him even the slightest amount of attention, and he's like, oh, here's a prepaid MasterCard. Some people are desperate, man, for, you know, just human interaction. Dude, what am I doing? I'm, like, running away before I'm finishing the panel. I'm just, like, so distracted. If I were her, I would date him. What? Really? Annie, I try to gift you stuff all the time and you decline. But then here you are like, oh, if I was her, I'd date him. Like, what? He accepts my child. He likes me. We talk about mutual investing things. Well, Annie, there's some investing I want to talk to you about. Klaus has started talking to me about his investments and what he recommends. So, there you go. Your child, I mean, Annie's child is Misty. Later, Maple, I'm busy. Oh, so now you don't want to talk about investments, but you want to talk about investments with this guy? Talking about her. Yeah, but you said you wanted to talk to him. Okay. And you would date him. And you want to talk about investments with him. Sorry, I'm doing my best like girlfriend impression. How am I doing? %100% energy for gossip. This is starting to become a real serious K-drama. Okay, so the other friend of hers is way more shady. So another guy on the Discord, Annie? So this girl named Kathy has a roommate since high school, and the guy paid for everything, but apparently they were dating. He would give her, or like drive her everywhere, but now they weren't dating. Sorry. What's that last part? I don't understand the last part. So Kathy was taking advantage of a dude? Were they sleeping together? Were they actually dating? Kathy this year decided she had a boyfriend. This good-looking guy. But she decided to move out. The guy Jason, roommate, got upset. Oh, so it was a roommate. And he's paying for everything. Wait, have you told me about this girl before? I think you've told me this story about this friend. I think you told me this like a year ago or something like that about this friend that like was living with this dude, but they weren't dating, but he paid for like a lot of stuff between the two of them, like dinners and rent and stuff like that. Now she still calls him up to get her like Uber Eats paid for and some anime convention thing. Why would he pay for that? Well, I mean, Annie, as I said, like as we talked about a year ago, I remember I originally said that, I don't know why I hit that button. I didn't need to. Like, the man just wants attention. I think he really likes this girl. And he's just, like, kind of like it's like socially inept or, like, doesn't know how to, like, do things. Or he's so afraid of losing her by, like, initiating more that he's, like, that he's like terrified of progressing the relationship or even asking about it, right? Like, hey, do you want to go out with me? Do you want to make this more serious? Like that kind of like next step. He's terrified of doing that. So he's just in this like self-proclaimed friend zone probably. And he's like, well, if I just continue to pay for stuff, she just keeps talking to me. So I can have like a pseudo relationship. That's where like the simp culture comes from, Annie. A lot of people just wanting, you know, female attention and, you know, putting them in this like position of just like, well, exchanging money for attention. You know? He gave her wads of cash. Why does she cut off contact? She's obviously encouraging it. Oh, because, you know, she's manipulating him and she's getting something out of it. It's the same thing as a single mom, right? Like, Lost, you're telling me if you were single, you know, in your like 20s, maybe early 30s, and someone just sent you money and all you had to do was interact with them, you would like go out of your way to distance yourself from them? You probably wouldn't, at least not at the start. Does she not? I think to some extent now this has turned into he's like frustrated that she's moved on and then he's missed his opportunity. And then now, but he's like, he still wants that contact, right? Can I send him a message? I mean, you can do whatever the hell you want, Annie, but at the same time, I probably wouldn't butt my nose into this because obviously this is between your friend and him. Yeah, but Lost, I like think about it. Like think about you're single, you don't have a wife in this situation, right? Like that's her position, right? Or was before she got a boyfriend. But I wonder, does the new boyfriend know about this guy and what she gets out of it? Like, has she had to explain that to the new boyfriend? Like, hey, yeah, this guy I used to like live with, never dated him, but yeah, he just sends me money. You cool with this? I don't know, man. He wants to be the boyfriend. Oh yeah, he wants to be so bad. Yeah, for sure. He's Annie, he is the antithesis of like a simp. Right? The word simp like would go right next to his profile picture. Now technically he's elevated above most simps. They never got to live with the person that they're simping for, but I'm going on his stream and letting him know. Is he a streamer? I know you've said he like plays TFT professionally. I didn't know he streamed. Don't name drop Annie. Please don't. Think so, I'm gonna find. Maybe we'll host him, we'll tell him. I'm not gonna do an intervention via stream chat. It's Trump SC. Does he play TFT professionally? I like Trump SC. I used to watch him play StarCraft. Annie's always got the best stories. There's no one who has better stories than Annie. Accurate, you try your best, but you don't have better stories than Annie. Sorry. You don't. Annie's stories are top tier. You get my game up, I see. You gotta put yourself in some more weird situations. Like, you've had some weird situations, but I need you to, you know, elevate yourself, okay? I need to save the fellow gamer. Dude. Someone has to like fucking screenshot. That is a beautiful quote from Annie. I need to save a fellow gamer. I disagree with that bitch friend. I mean, at the end of the day, they are two consenting adults. It kind of is what it is. Like, he's obviously getting something out of it. Is it a good situation? No, but he's getting something out of it. Should he be doing it? Absolutely not. But it's kind of like none of our business at the end of the day. It's fun to hear about, but it's like she shouldn't be doing that to him, and he shouldn't be expecting things from her. It's a two-way street, and they met each other in an intersection, and they're exchanging money. Really accurate. Really. Okay, when she talks to him in a very whiny voice. Oh, but if you buy his tickets, I'm gonna take lots of photos for you. Whoa, 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 whoa. What is this, photos? Like, photos of the concert or the trip, or like other kind of photos? What kind of photos are we talking about here? or the boo-boo. I'll take lots of pictures of my Labubu. Why not both? Could be. She's vengeful, so I worry about her coming at me. I mean, you could try and do it like anonymously, but even then, that's kind of creepy. Annie, I think the only thing you can do in this situation is just allow adults to be adults. I understand you want to do good for that person, but at the end of the day, I genuinely think it's just like, it's up to them. She's not a nice girl, Maple. Well, if she's not a nice girl, then just like cut ties with her and say your piece. How interconnected is she in your friend group? You're trustworthy, mainstreamer, gamer, respectable. That's a hell of a sentence. I think you should meet with him via Twitch and tell him gamer to gamer. Annie. I do this thing where it's just like, kind of just none of my business. I like hearing about drama. I don't want to be... I totally forgot that I had impacts on. I like hearing about drama, but I don't want to be in the drama. You know what I mean? I love drama, but I don't want to be in it. I like my popcorn and just watching it unfold. Like this situation, fantastic. I don't want to be in it. That's everyone. Well, not ever. No, some people love being in drama. No, that's not true. There are lots of people that love being in drama. Shazam has a fantastic point as well. Like, even if I did get in contact with this person, they don't fucking know me. Why would they listen to me? Annie, is this just one of those situations where, like, you're too nervous to get involved, so you get me to want to be involved? Like, Mabel, go ask this from this person. Mabel, Hey, well, can I use your email for pen paling the prison? Like you're curious to do things, but like you don't want to do them because it's like, ugh. Let's just get Maple to do it. Yes. All right. Fair enough. Just want to make sure that was clear. All right. Fair enough. Yeah, Annie, I have no interest in wanting to do this. It would only be a negative for me. There'd be nothing in it for me. Because, like, even if you think, oh, well, you're helping out a gamer, but it's like, he could very much just not listen to me. He most likely would just not listen to me. I'm going to learn TFT. And TFT is, like, a pretty complicated game. It's pretty fucking complicated. I don't know if you would like TFT. Nobody likes gamers. I like gamers. I just don't like all gamers. I think a lot of gamers are honestly kind of annoying. As I grow older, the more I realize that there's a lot of gamers out there that are just, you know, they might have aged in years, but they're mentally not aged very much. And you might say like, oh, that's, you know, the rest of the population is like that too. Gamers are a whole other level of that. Not all gamers. Not all gamers. Not all gamers. But there are a lot. That you're like, how old are you? when you're like reading their comment. TFT is team fight tactics. It's League of Legends like auto chess battler kind of. I think that's a Seif. There's no more rage for Star Wars anymore. It's mostly like apathy, I'd imagine. I mean, not too long ago there was rage for Star Wars. With the, what was that TV show that absolutely bombed? I watched the first, like, 10 minutes of it and I stopped watching. What was it called? It's like Acolyte, I think? Acolyte sounds right, I think. Yeah, there was some serious rage on that one. Had some killer choreography. Yeah, apparently that was good. I remember hearing that as well. Dude, what is this hill? And why is it like literally... What is this? I'm climbing fucking Mount Illuminant. I'm gonna wake up my girlfriend and find him on Twitch. I'll be right back. Annie's going full detective mode. She also loves doing this. Annie loves being a detective. She's so excited right now. She's giddy at the fact that she can do some detective work. Anyways, yeah, I watched first like 10-15 minutes of Acolyte. I was like, yeah, I was already very burnt out by like Star Wars TV shows because a lot of them have just been very meh. Like they've been shitting out so many that I feel like the quality of them is going down. You know, every once in a while you'll get a Rogue One, but a lot of them have been just like I don't even know how to describe them. They're just they're like average television. They're not very interesting. And you would expect more from Star Wars, right? You wouldn't expect just average television. And like average television is not bad, right? You can still enjoy it, but it's just like kind of expect a little more from a franchise as bountiful as Star Wars, right? Yeah, I didn't even watch Boba Fett. I saw so many reviews and I was just like, that doesn't sound like something I'd enjoy. Market saturation. Yeah, to some extent, but I mean, like, Rogue One's fantastic. Like, and it's doing just fine in a saturated market, right? There's lots of still very good TV shows out there. I watched the season finale of Alien Earth yesterday. Not bad. I'm still not a huge fan of, you know, the kid angle and stuff like that, but honestly, good end to the TV show. Or like the first season. I would give it a 7.5 out of 10. Good. Good. And now that the kids are starting to like grow the hell up, they're not as annoying. So, yeah. Rogue One came out in 2016. Was there a lot of Star Wars stuff? Yeah. Because it was post Mandalorian hype and so on and so forth. But Rogue... Oh, sorry. Sorry, we're talking about the movie. Sorry, I'm thinking of the TV show. Fuck, what's the TV show called? For Rogue One? Fuck, my brain. Andor. Sorry. I'm thinking of Andor. Sorry. But I'm thinking Rogue One because it ties into Rogue One. Anyways. Andor is post Star Wars saturation, and it did fantastic. Both the first season and the second season. Right? So, they have the capability of, like, just finding good narrative stuff to throw in there. Even the Obi-Wan Kenobi stuff was good, right? It's just there's been, let's be honest, I hate to use the overused word, but slop from like the Star Wars category, I feel like. Where you're just like, they're just not using the IP correctly. They're just kind of like shoving things out for nostalgia and stuff like that. Like, I think that's what Book of Boba Fett really is. It was just like, okay, how do we take the Mandalorian story and then do like a TV sitcom side episode TV series, right? Like, that's literally like basically what it is. And it's just like not enough effort was put into it. What are some good non-support weapon stratagems that deal with harvesters? Is there like only an... I mean, the thing is that harvesters in general are pretty resistant to our stratagems because they're explosive resistant. So they're very susceptible to like impact damage and stuff like that, but not explosive damage. But a lot of our stratagems tend to do explosive damage. What I would recommend versus a harvester is like if you really need to bring like a red stratagem, would be like over to rail cannon. 110mm rocket pods aren't that bad. They're pretty good. Turrets, but mostly support stratagems to take them out. Hell, even primary weapons are, you know, medium pen primary weapons that do a lot of damage are good. But I wouldn't really use like explosive weapons to deal with harvesters. If you're using anti-tank weapons, that's different. Aim for the main body of the head, or like the eye. In what way besides ammo is the torture supposed to be better than the crisper? Well, like fire time, and I believe it does. I believe it does the same amount of damage, right? I can't remember what it says on the game, but it's mostly just fire time. Range, I believe the range is the same. The regular flamethrower has more range. That's why the crisper is so good and the torture's mid. Torture's not mid. The torture just has more competition, right? Which makes it not as strong. Is that the torture has a ton of competition because there's so many great primary weapons, right? The thing is that the torture isn't bad because you can have dual support weapon, because the torture does things very effectively that some like primary weapons can't do, but you have to get close enough in order to utilize it, right? So the torture may appear to be mid, but it's actually not. You just have to use it in the right context. How to use 110mm rocket pods versus harvesters. I tried on a harvester and ate like 3 of them or something. Well, make sure you take out the shields. But it should be like 2 to take it out. As long as it's hitting the main body and it's not like missing. I guess it depends if the torture mag hits breakpoints. It does. So like charger butts and stuff like that. The mag difference is huge. There's a huge mag difference between the two of them. Gas man. Let's bring 110mm rocket buds. I'll use what I'm saying. But yeah, as far as like other like res stratagems, like orbital laser, if there's a lot of them in front of you, is a good option. Rail cannon, but long cooldown. Other stratagems, res stratagems, is not particularly great. That's where like turrets come in, like, you know, rocket sentry, autocannon sentry, anti-tank emplacement, HMG emplacement, laser cannon sentry, sort of. Precision strike, nah, because once again, harvesters are very explosive resistant. It won't perform very well unless you direct impact, and that's just unlikely. What's a recommended loadout you'd run for bugs if you haven't watched your first warbond, or don't have a first warbond? Let me grab the YouTube video for you. I have a perfect YouTube video for this situation. Let me find it. I'm scrolling. Give me a moment. I'm finding it. Bada bing. Bada boom. The video, before you click on it, if you're curious, is basically loadouts for people with no war bonds. Or maybe just like your first one, like Democratic Detonation, right? Because I do mention the grenade pistol, because I'm hoping you'll get that as your first premium war bond. What the fuck is that? Do you hear that? It's really perfect. Hey, enjoy. Let me know if you have any questions, Skyblue. More than willing to help you out with any questions. I should just have like have this open on my stream, and then when someone's like, man, I really need this question answered, and I just like link them the video. Honestly, I should just do that. It's because it's honestly just so much easier than like trying to describe where the video is. I every day I move closer to just being AI. AI is gonna replace YouTubers, dude. Or streamers. Do you like Hades 2? I played Hades 1. I've heard great things about Hades 2. If I ever get a handheld system, I'll probably play Hades 2. I'll probably watch someone play Hades 2 before I play it, though. I tend to watch someone, you know, quite good at the gameplay. But I know they just did their 1.0 release. Is probably why you're asking. Can't replace Loon easy? I mean, unironically, you kind of can. There's a million cats on the internet, dude. She's special. Oh, she's very special, but unfortunately from like your guys' perspective, she could just be like an AI cat, and it would probably be pretty hard to tell at times. But to me, yeah, of course she's special. You can't fucking replace her with AI. I've been watching this cat for hundreds of hours already. The eyes never lie. Fair enough. Eyes never lie. But like so many people ask, is she pre-recorded? You know, and then I have to go do this. You know? People are already assuming that she's AI. Do you think you could get away with like replacing Luna on stream with no one knows? Like replace her with just like a video feed of Luna? I think I could do it. I don't think it would be that hard. Like, I genuinely don't think it would be that hard. To fake like a cat being behind me. She just walks in and out. I occasionally like turn around and say hi, Luna. React to her showing up in the video, you know, like I feel like it wouldn't be that hard. Is there like a light constantly shining her in the sleeping spot? She's not bothered by it? No. Cats love sleeping in the sun. I believe it's because they have like, they don't exactly have like eyelids like we do where like a lot of light passes through it. When they close their eyes, I think it's a lot darker. So it's like pretty easy for her to sleep with like bright lights on her. But like, you know. Like there's a lot of light. You know, there's still a light on her. You know. Got some spooky vibes. Like, will she notice? No. Can we, like, always stream that? I mean, we could. Spooky. Like, there's still a light over there. Like, I can't quite reach it. Unfortunately, that one's not on remote. Maybe it looks like Forsen now. It's my native roots, dude. Motherfucker. Put up the shields right then, and then also I think the 110s really wanted to hit the flesh mobs. That actually might kill him. Yeah, I got him. Drop a 500. I want to see how it flashes for you. Ready for it? Oh shit, I don't have a 500 kg. Gotta find something bright. Ooh, there's a hull bomb. Is that good enough? Can we get like a horror games like stream with Annie on Halloween? Unfortunately, Arc Raiders is coming out on Halloween, so no, we can't. Sorry, bro. Arc Raiders comes first, brother. Yeah, like, yeah, Arc Raiders is just coming out at a really poor time. Like there will be no Halloween stream. Maybe I'll do the Obi-Wan Kenobi cosplay. But I mean, we'll see. No promises. Ow. The problem is getting the 110s to actually hit the fucker. You kind of need them to be standing by themselves. But that's kind of the issue, and I think that might be why Proto was talking about. It's like you kind of need a harvester to be standing by himself because it seems like the 110s don't like to prioritize. Like, in theory, they should be quite good, but in practice, harvesters just aren't a big enough priority for the 110s. Which is kind of awkward. So I can get where you're coming from. Whenever I've practiced or used 110s, I've always been in like kind of like a 1v1 situation. Does it prioritize flesh mobs? I think it might be. That's probably what's happening. Jesus Christ. Ugh. Excuse me. Do the 110s have the same priority as the rail cannon? I'm not sure. But you might run into a similar situation where it might prioritize a... I'm not sure if it's 1-to-1. I do know they have like a similar prioritization. But... gas is very effective on Illuminates, yeah. Good hit, finally. Man, all this for a fucking artillery. It's that hot spot. Yeah, bonus patrols and stuff like that in these hot spots. Artilleries are one of them. My boyfriend's gas is pretty effective on everyone. That is a crazy thing to say. Is he a Chipotle enjoyer? Surprised the next war bond hasn't been announced yet. It's too early for that. We got the last war bond 4 weeks ago. We probably won't get the next Warbond for another 2.5 weeks. That's assuming they stay on their 6-week schedule. Because when did it come out? It came out like... Was it the 27th or something like that? What day was it? 28th? When did Dust Devils come out? I don't remember. What was the date? Well, actually, no, I can actually figure this out myself. It came out September 2nd, so it would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So at earliest, the next Warbond will be the 13th. But could I see them delay it a week or two to make sure that it comes in line with the big patch they're working on right now, on like performance and bug fixes and stuff? Yeah, I could easily see them delay it a week or two to align with that patch coming out. You know what I mean? So I would not expect a trailer until like at least the 2nd week of September. It'd be extremely surprising if they did this Warbond before they did the October patch. And they've said the October patch is coming like late October. Mid to late October. We don't have Chipotle this side of the pond. Really have no idea what it does to him. The man can weaponize anything. Goddamn. October 26th. Liberty Day is coming up then, but it has nothing to do with Liberty Day. It has to do with them wanting to push this big patch. Kloss, get off the alt. This is the British Kloss, apparently. Or sorry, not British. Irish. We going for word packs or mechs for strategic opportunity? Yeah, it kind of depends on what front you're fighting on. Word packs are kind of good everywhere, and not everybody has them unlocked, so I can see a lot of people do that. But like mechs are like really fucking good on the bug front, especially. Very good on the Illumina front too, though. Let's see, there we go. Like that's what you want in theory, and that's why like I recommend it, but yeah. Your mileage may vary on whether or not it decides to actually attack the enemy that we're talking about. It said it was going to be a hive world. Oh, did it? Okay, so both are good options, but I could see a lot of people pick War Pack because they don't have the War Bond. Did I hit the leg? Could be damage roll off. Nice job, Rock's Edge. You're doing great. You shoot that fucking rock. What are your accuracy stats on average? I play on controller. I'm so lucky to crack 50% most games. I'm not sure. But I also don't go out of my way to like be super accurate. You'll see me spray shots and stuff like that. Hell, if you ever see me play Battlefield, man, I'll shoot through a smoke all day. But I don't know. I'm not sure what my accuracy stats are. Designers at Arrowhead work on like gun design, balance. By the way, any tips on how to use the ultimatum? Just got it and been blowing myself a lot due to the short range. Aim up. You'll learn the drop over time. But one other tip is that if you have your primary weapon out and you swap to your secondary, and as you're swapping, you like hold down the fire button, there's like a weird bug, or like, I guess I wouldn't call it a bug. It's like unintended game mechanic where the momentum of you pulling out the sidearm has quite a bit of like speed to it in the animation. So it adds velocity to the round when you fire it. So primary weapon out, have the angle, swap weapons, fire. And it works with like grenade pistol as well, but it's just not as necessary because the range is already quite good on the grenade pistol. But the ultimatum, it's pretty sick. You can fire the ultimatum like twice as far doing that trick. Bots are almost unplayable. Yeah, I do not recommend going to the bot front. I would avoid it. The bot pistol swap mechanic reminds me of bullet bending and Wanted. Oh man. Scarlett Johansson. Not Scarlett Johansson. Fuck. Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie. Angelina Jolie in that. That's it. Man, I don't remember watching that movie like so long ago. Gotta rewatch it at some point. You said tips? No worries. Feel free to ask more questions. Check out the YouTube. But not Brad. No, I know Brad's not in it, but I remember Angelina Jolie because of Brad Pitt. So whenever I'm trying to remember her name, I think of Brad Pitt, and then that helps me get her name. Does that make sense? Like, I know he's not in there, but yeah, just word association. That's unfortunate. Dude walks up behind me. My toxic gas actually hits me. Oh. That's unfortunate. Oh, this is kind of a dead end. I'm probably gonna get multi-hit here. Oh, somehow fine. I feel like going prone doesn't help you that much. I tried to do that later, and you get bullied, you on the ground. I mean, like 5 minutes ago or something like that. I just survived it. Just make sure to prone and stim. The worst thing is just don't get up. Make sure you're pressing stim. Biggest thing is just get that stem off. How long has the spear gun reload been like that? Where like the spear is like, you know, a couple meters out? The whole time. Just realized that I was the lobby there. Oh my god. As I shoot. Unfortunate.
Wednesday, love you, and have a good day.
Huh? Ba-ba-da-da-ba. I think the best case scenario is it lets you get off a stim instead of just dying. A lot of people just stand up immediately and die before they can, like, get stim off. But I do notice a lot that, like, they will swing over your head. It's not like every single time, but you can avoid a lot of damage just staying on the ground. Did you say, like, ragdoll Sammy? Yeah, I've never had that situation where I get ragdolled back to back to back and I can't just kill them. Other than when I first started playing against them, I didn't, and I was just kept standing up. But like ever since like doing what I've been talking about, I just haven't had a problem with them. Not like before. But also, it's so rare for me to get meleeed by them that that also just doesn't bother me, I think. Playing weapons like the torture and the purifier. Can't really do that. I don't know. Torture's really good at killing them before they get close to you. It shreds them. And I mean, Purify is just like spam click, right? Like the regular rounds. Biggest thing with the torture is like, as you're flaming, dive backwards. Creates a good amount of space while continuing fire on them, you know? Join mid-game, got ragdolled for like 2 minutes. What are you getting ragdolled by? Like flesh mobs? Flesh mobs just are like an easier to dodge charger. Bam, bam. Ba-da-da-da. Who knows what about the torture, but it's like one of my least favorite weapons. Wow. Do you feel the same way about like the flamethrower and crisper? Just finished super credit farming. Nice. Had fun with that next Orbon. Whoa. Okay. Oh no, can I even get this in time? Don't stand. Oh my god. Why did that bounce? Beautiful. What? Man's in the space program. Just got the coyote and managed to play before it gets nerfed. It's not gonna get nerfed, bro. This uses 2 flamethrower is too fun. I like it. I wish it did more direct damage and didn't play so much around damage over time. I think the direct damage is a bit disappointing. But I didn't like that balancing note. What balancing note? The note where they said they were going to balance the ARs around it? You're falling for the hysteria. You're falling for the hysteria. Just the Pride Blaster gets some like damage with like later mastery versions. Well, I mean like all weapons that gain more damage over the better versions, but the enemies also gain HP as you go up in levels, so it kind of equals itself out. Hopefully it'll buff the others. Yeah, I mean that's what they said they were gonna do. Torture bottlenecks your build into running stuff to help it do other things it can do without. Yeah, but then the torture is also like a support weapon, right? Like I understand where you're coming from, but it also allows you to do things that a normal primary weapon can't do. Like spread fire, do a fuckload of AP4 damage, especially up close, right? Like the torture is like an incredibly, it's like, in a weird way, it's like the better version of the blitzer. It's the harder to use version of the blitzer. Incredibly close range. It'll feel like it basically has unlimited ammo because it's very hard to run out of ammo with the torture. But it has like anti-tank potential, right? It doesn't have the stagger, but that's why I say it's harder to use. But if used correctly, the torture can do some incredible things that other weapons can't do. While being incredibly ammo efficient at the same time. So it's the reason why I usually, when I'm doing a flamethrower loadout, I don't bring a flamethrower, I just bring the torture. And then in my support slot, I'll bring like the Quasar. And then it feels like I have double support weapon. So I like the crisper. Well, I find the crisper just in one mag can't do the things I want it to do. Like there's a lot of heavy enemies that will just survive one mag of the crisper and I'll need a second. I'd rather just not have to deal with that. Yeah, and I end up using the gas regardless, usually when I'm doing a flamethrower build. Gas guard dog plus torture plus Quasar. Feels great. Do you think they're going to be able to complete the major order in time? Well, we have 4 days left. If we can get the DSS online with the upgrade that gives us faster capture speed, it's possible. But it also requires a pretty high percentage of the population that's currently playing to be on the Illumina front helping. And the DSS needs its upgrade ASAP. There's no doubt, like, you have to play differently to use the torture. And you just might not like that playstyle, though. And that's, like, there's nothing wrong with what you're doing or, like, how you feel about it, right? Some people just don't enjoy certain playstyles as much as other people. I personally really like high risk, high reward, like, flamethrower gameplay. It's really engaging to me. And it feels very satisfying. Right? Personal preference, right? I like it. I'll defend it because I like it. Spear gun's only good against bots, right? Nope. Good against bots, bugs, and Illumina. Yeah, I think it's managed to be an A tier in every one of my tier lists, and it made it into S tier on Illuminate. I think I'm being a bit kind to it. It's probably more A plus, but I think it's very good. Like, I think you're making valid points, Cosmic. I just... In the right scenarios, I think the torture goes kind of crazy. Does it require some, like, build crafting elsewhere? Yeah, it definitely does. Which is why I usually put it, like, A minus, B plus, and it's not, like, some S tier. Because it requires quite a bit of build crafting elsewhere to, you know, make sure that you're covering your bases. It's also just not super easy to use. What do you guys use for flesh mobs? Them things are so tanky. Explosive damage is huge. Explosive damage is massive. But also, like, raw DPS. So, like, Stalwart, Heavy Machine Gun, MG43. Put that shit on the highest fire rate. Lay into them. Autocannon on flak mode. Eruptor. Crossbow. Fire damage in general, very good. Gas for CC. Turrets. Napalm. But flesh mobs are very weak to explosive damage because the explosion will hit multiple parts of their body, multiplying the damage that they take. So very strong. Very strong. But incendiary damage, they're big enemies, so lots of fire damage there. Gas, they're very susceptible to gas and being disoriented by it. Guard dogs for bonus damage. Wouldn't recommend AT against them, but Thermite does pretty good. Thermite's a pretty reliable way to do good damage. You got your cat at green screen? Mm-hmm. And it's a heated blanket under there. So, she's spoiled. She's spoiled. What level are you on this? Let me just say this. I have 10.8 million experience. So, saying 150 doesn't do it justice. Queen Luna. Yeah, she is a cutie. Make her a bit bigger. Bit small. Yeah, Cosmic. They would have to put it very high for me not to max out immediately. Like, I'm pretty sure 10.8 million experience would get me to level 300. I think. It depends on how they do the system, like if they exponentially increase XP for every level or not. Or keep it the way it currently is. Can't wait for more bot objectives, find them more fun. Nice. They're fun. Isn't it your daughter? I guess you could say that. Like, I think it was like 6 to 8 months ago, Cosmic, someone was saying that they put it into a spreadsheet and they estimated that I'd be like level 200 something if they like uncapped the levels. But I'm not sure what it would be now. That was a couple million experience ago. It is super private, yeah. With the new Xbox players coming in, I don't think they'll be increasing level cap anytime soon. We'll see. We'll see. Definitely a lot of outcry for it, but I still think that the reason why they haven't yet done it is because, like, they don't want to, like, alienate... They don't want to alienate players, right? So, like, it's definitely very weird to, like, join a game and then, like, you're, like, they're level 500 and you're level 1, right? So I think what they're trying to do is, like, avoid that, like, you know, that feeling of, like, feeling behind. Because it's actually a very powerful feeling when it comes to video games. I know I sometimes, like, deal with that when I'm, like, thinking about a game that I want to play, but then I feel behind, so I just don't bother playing it. You know what I mean? So 150 is, I think, a good number, because I don't think it's that crazy of a grind, but I also, like, think it's enough of a grind for people to feel somewhat satisfied. Obviously, there's going to be, like, that top, like, couple percent that, you know, are going to say, well, that's not enough, but I think for the majority of players, it's, like, a good goal. We need cool exclusive cosmetics for, like, crazy feats, like a 100% super. It depends. I don't think Helldivers is that kind of game. Like, I understand where you're coming from. Some games do that, but Helldivers isn't that kind of game where it's like, do this crazy challenge solo, blindfolded, one hand behind your back. Here's a thing. And I don't know if it necessarily needs to be. You know? Like, I don't know if it's that kind of game where it's like hard mode challenge. I do agree that they need to have more, like, you know, kill a million bugs, get this or something like that, right? But yeah, I'm not sure about challenges like that, if it really needs it. I'm sure some people, like, salivate at the thought of that, but I'm not sure if it's, like, a pressing thing. Just, yeah, something cool to work towards. I like to say, have you ever played Darktide? Darktide has the penance system, and I think the penance system is actually very smart. It's basically just their way of doing achievements, and a lot of them are like, kill 10 of this enemy, then kill 100, then kill 1,000, right? And then you occasionally get points for doing these penances, and then you unlock cosmetics as you, like, go. Very smart system. Very good way of doing achievements in a video game. Because not only is it an achievement system, but also it's a visual, like, progression system. You know what I mean? If you've never tried it, it's very smart. I'm just thinking of Destiny. Destiny has some of those cosmetics, but a lot of them are, like, solo dungeons, stuff like that, which is cool, but if you took those out, I feel like the majority of players wouldn't care. But, like, Darktide, I think, has a very good system that I want, like, more games to implement. And if Helldivers could do that, that would be insane. Jesus. that the Warhammer game? Yeah, Warhammer 40k. Warhammer. Sorry, what's the full name? It's Warhammer 40k Darktide. I think it's the full name. What's up, Annie? Welcome back. I can't find the guy. Can the friend send it to it, or is like she's such a bitch that she probably wouldn't? Have you seen pictures of him, Annie? She would not. So how did you think you could find him if you haven't seen a picture and she hasn't said the channel name? You've seen him in person? Oh, okay. Trying to find a good game. I recommend Darktide. If you were a fan back in the day of like Left 4 Dead, and you've been looking at like kind of like that kind of gameplay loop, I would recommend Darktide. It's like Left 4 Dead with like a lot more depth. Power fantasy? Oh, it's got a big power fantasy in Darktide. If you're looking for something not as complex as Darktide, because Darktide is definitely more for someone who wants depth in the game. If you want something more just like, you know, given power fantasy rather than earned power fantasy, I'd recommend Space Marines too. Darktide is cooked. Clay is Darktide's number one hater of Darktide. Not a good relationship there. Personally, I like Darktide, but I play it in a pretty like casual sense. Like I've been playing it recently and having a good time. But Clay went the deep end, dove right in, and from that perspective, I can understand it. Co-op, I need friends? No, there's matchmaking. Like any modern game at this point. We might be playing some Darktide later today. We'll see if I'm feeling like it. I might end stream early just because, I don't know, I haven't been feeling 100% last couple days. The TA about a friend and how he's using... Oh. Was Factory Charter not here for it? Oh, I thought he was. What's the hardest element of this game? Knowing when to take a break. That's a bit of like an unserious answer, but also a serious answer. I just got fucking flesh mobbed. Give me a moment, Annie, and I can TLDR it. Meatballs. They just like swung, dead. Bum, bum. Yeah, like a lot of people I find really love Helldivers. And they're very passionate about it. But a lot of people have like an unhealthy like playtime with it. And like they can get like very frustrated when things aren't going well in the game. You know, understandable, right? But at the same time, like instead of it just being like a we need to fix this, you know, let me take a break. It's let me fix this, but keep playing, and then like get like burnt out, you know? Like I just there's a lot of burnt out people in the Helldivers community. Like you can hear it. It reminds like, and I know they're burnt out because I hear the same stuff from burnt out players from Destiny. 3,500 hours, by the way. But it's different for me, right? I have a chat to talk to, and a lot of like what I get out of playing it now is just like it's like cathartic, I just enjoy playing the game. I don't take it super seriously. And I just chat to you guys like 70% of the time. I look at chat more than I look at the game. So I don't get burnt out, really. Doesn't bother me like that. Is your full-time job? It is, yeah. But, like, I say that because, like, I worry about some people. Like, there's a lot of people out there that, like, you can tell they just need a break from the game. And taking a break from Helldivers is, like, important. I would not recommend playing Helldivers this much. I would not recommend playing Helldivers a fraction of this much. Like, I would say, like, you know, play for the updates. Play when you're feeling it. But if there's another game that's interesting you, you know, take your time. The worst thing you can do is just, like, force yourself to play. Or play when you're not having fun. Healthy play time on this game is like 20-30 hours an update. I think that's fair. Maybe a bit more if you're really enjoying the update. But if like stuff is not going right, or you know, you're getting really frustrated with an enemy or something like that. But like, keep up to date with the game, you know, changes will be made over time. Arrowhead are very good about changing things. Most developers do not change as much stuff as they do. They're not always the most responsive, but they do change things over time. A lot of things over time. What I can recommend is just like, you know, stay up to date with the game. Ah, what the fuck? Did I pick up a new one? When did I put on flak mode? I should have been on cluster. Ba-ba-ba-ba. I think I know someone with 5k hours. Yeah, I'm sure I am not at the top. I'm sure there are people that play more than me. To stop myself from burning out, you'll see me play other games. Right? I will not grind this game 10 hours a day. I worry for some people that, like, they're not a content creator and they have more hours than me. I worry about those people mostly. Like, that's a worrisome statistic. Unless they're, like, just keeping the game open to get their hours up. You know? Because, like, you can actually check my hours versus my stream time, and it's, like, pretty on par with one another. I don't play Helldivers off stream. Right? If you go to, like, stream stats, and then you can see how much someone has streamed a particular game, it's, like, pretty on par with my, like, actual hours in the game. I don't AFK it. If I'm streaming Helldivers, I'm playing Helldivers, right? Like, or vice versa. But I swear, some people, I don't know if they're just, like, keeping their game on overnight, so Steam's just tracking it. Maybe? I don't know. You check the mission time? Yeah. But the mission time is a little bit misleading, obviously, because it's only on ground. It doesn't, you know, take into account, like, picking loadouts, talking about loadouts, the lag time in between, because, like, there is time between, like, you getting on someone's ship and starting a mission, right? And it adds up. A couple minutes here and there. So it can kind of grossly underestimate, like, how much you're actually playing the game. Because I'd argue the ship stuff is part of the game. You are playing the game. Making videos kind of as well. Yeah, I mean, my hour-long yap sessions from my videos. It adds up. Could be disabled like me and have a lot of free time. Yeah, but I don't recommend playing that much. Even if, like, if you have that much free time, I worry about your mental health. Like, playing any game that much Especially one that doesn't have that much content. Like, Helldivers has a lot of content, don't get me wrong. And there's a lot of replayability in it, but there isn't 5,000 hours of replayability, in my opinion. Like, that's unhealthy. Like, this isn't some, like, MMO that you pay 15 bucks a month for, and for that 15 bucks a month, they, like, constantly have something for you to play for. Not to mention, like different classes and stuff like that you could do. Don't pretend like you don't walk in circles while talking about video. Yeah, I do. But it's usually about the game. If I'm not talking about the game, it's usually I'm in. Ooh, okay. Weird. Can't reconnect? What if that was just like session terminated due to not with the host? I don't know. But it is different, Geek, because it's not a PvP game. Right? So PvP and like competition can drive a lot of people to continue playing, but the games that you just mentioned honestly have a lot more progression as far as stuff. But like, it's PvP. PvP can add a lot of game time, even though there actually isn't anything going on that's different. It's a uniqueness of it. Weird. But also, COD has like a new game out every year, so things change. As much as people want to meme on COD, it does change quite a bit from year to year. I play many different games to get out of boredom. That's the healthy way to play video games, man. You just turn into a Redditor, man, if you just stick to one game. You're going to get burnt out, you're going to get jaded, and then all you're going to see in the game is the flaws. And those flaws will compound on each other. And it'll be hard for you to have fun because you're just distracted every time you play the game by like this flaw and that flaw. And I know that feeling way too well. That's why I try to talk about it, make people aware of it. That was me with Destiny a couple of years ago. I have a much healthier relationship with Destiny now. Was there a point where you burned out of HTTube? Mm-hmm. It was end of last year. Ironically, around the 60-day update. It was actually just after the 60-day update. That might sound like a really weird time to burn out because you might be like, well, oh my god, the 60-day update changed so much stuff. It was so good. I was personally not a huge fan of the 60-day update. I felt there was a lot of things that, you know, as far as what I was enjoying in the game, some things went backwards. There were some like really positive changes, but there was also stuff that like I wasn't a fan of, right? What the fuck was that? And while I was trying to talk about it on stream, I was getting a lot of like, I think the best way to describe it is like toxic positivity about the changes that were made. And like, I was just having a discussion about like the positives and negatives of 60-day update, but there's a lot of people that were like upset with me and angry at me about like critiquing this update and like stuff of like that nature. And it burned me out because I felt like I couldn't share my opinion without just getting attacked for it. And like you guys know, like most of what my stream is like a podcast of me just talking and having discussions with people. But like the 60-day update was like, it was just a different type of person coming in. It was just like very hostile. And they were like offended that I wasn't like super happy about it. And to be fair, a lot of the things that I was worried about did kind of come true, right? I was worried about the game feeling easier and easier and easier over time because of the 6-day update. Team play going down over time because we're so powerful, right? Crazy amounts of power creep, which could create lots of issues down the road for, you know, balance, because you now need to do way more balance updates because you're power creeping the game so hard. Which then creates more of a problem of balance over time, because like if you power creep crazy, like the lowest and the highest will just be like a crazy deficit. So like all those things actually ended up coming true like a year on, right? It is what it is. I know a lot of it ended up being like very PR oriented or towards like a more casual audience enjoying the game, and I can accept that. I know the game's not built around me, nor do I want it to be. But, you know, I just like having the opportunity to talk about the game, right? And I genuinely didn't feel like I could talk about the game without getting like called out. So at one point, like Thick Fillet, you know, had a podcast and he invited me on to talk about it. I was like, I actually just declined because I did not feel comfortable talking about it. Now, this was also around the same time as like Space Marines 2 doing really well on the channel, so I just kind of moved away from Helldivers for a couple months. Like, I was still playing it very regularly, but I just wasn't as enthusiastic about it. So it's kind of like from like September to like November of last year, I was kind of doing minimal stuff for Helldivers. I was playing like Stalker 2 and I was playing a bunch of other games. Space Marines 2 a lot. While using the autocannon, any tips on getting the most out of the flak mode? Aim center mass, and also don't use it too close, because like basically it'll like bounce off a surface and like it'll hit you, or it just won't explode at all and it'll just like embed in the target and not explode because it's like a safe arming distance. It's not like the AP round where like it basically just explodes no matter what. So it's like a 5 to 10 meters safe arming distance. So just be careful of that. But like center mass, larger targets are better. Flesh mobs eat those flak rounds up. If you're shooting a harvester, aim at the leg with the armor piercing rounds. It's more reliable damage. Like flak can definitely take out a harvester, but it's not as good. It's not as reliable. Do Dragon Roaches instant respawn? No, they're on like a timer. It feels like every like 2 to 3 minutes one will spawn. That's why you want to keep up to date with them. Like, don't let them amass. If you see one flying around, deal with it. Because if you don't do it, another one will spawn eventually, and then you'll have 2 to deal with. Yo, Booze! Thank you for the tier 1 2 months. Appreciate you, buddy. What's the name? Next game on your list? Ghost Yote comes out next week. Next Thursday, we will be playing Ghost Yote. I don't know exactly the release time. But I might actually start stream with it, so maybe no Helldivers that day. But you know, I'll take a temperature check on like how much you guys are enjoying watching it. If you guys don't enjoy watching it, I'll maybe play a lot of it off stream or on the secondary channel that I have. Oh yeah, I haven't played a game on a controller in a long time, so there's gonna be some like learning. Is that a content creator, Cosmic? I don't recognize the name. Use the term held tuber as like a... Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I mean, a lot of content creators are very upset. Think about it from their perspective. Helldivers is in a point right now where it's like, it just had a really big update, but a lot of people are like doing that update and then immediately leaving, which affects their livelihood. So a lot of people are upset because of the, you know, instability or like these decisions that are driving people away from the game. Right? And, you know, I think a lot of them are just so upset and burnt out of the game that it comes across as a hit piece, but, you know, at the end of the day, they want to see the game do better, right? Because not only do they love the game, but also it's like part of their livelihood. The better Helldivers does, the better they do, right? So they have a vested interest in like it doing well, which is why typically you'll see them be very passionate about it. But, you know, you hope that they don't go too overboard in how passionate they are, and it doesn't turn into just like, you know, gamer rage. You use mouse and keyboard on PS5? You can for some games, it depends. Sometimes it just feels like it will never end. Well, there's another issue, right? What we talk about a lot is that, you know, drama sells, outrage sells, anger sells. People are drawn to negativity on social media. Or news in general. There's a lot of anger in the world, and, you know, if you could be angry with someone, it's kind of like tribalism, you know? You're like, yeah, I'm angry at that too, kind of energy, right? So, a lot of angry people on the internet nowadays, and a lot of anger in the Helldivers community, which some of it is very understandable because of the technical issues. So I think people are just kind of, you know, collecting around those pieces of content. It's only been a few weeks. Yeah, and I think, you know, Arrowhead, even before all these videos came out, they knew, right? They knew that they had this stuff was happening, and they were working on it. It's just obviously now there's like a fire under their ass to make sure that they can address it. And that's why like feedback and bringing attention to it is important. I push back against like the needing to be like overwhelmingly like critiquey, like overwhelmingly negative. I'm a pretty balanced person, and I feel like some stuff is just like a little overkill. I understand frustration, I understand burnout, but it's like, don't need to take that into your, you know, thing. How's it going, Galdanis? Enjoy. Yeah, and that sucks, Bearclaw. I've been quite fortunate in the last like 6 months. I've had like no issues with performance, and it's only been getting better, but I know a lot of people aren't having that same experience, which sucks. And I'm glad that they are continuing to address it. But the bugs, like the audio bug causing people's games to stutter and crash and just like lock up, yeah, that's unacceptable. It should not be in the game for like a week, let alone a month like it's been here. Because the sound bug has been around since Control Group came out. It's just been having like varied levels of like how much it is. And people are just super frustrated, and I totally get it. It's fucked. It should have been a higher priority faster. Just like when people treat Arrowhead team like they're like another team that like personally have problems with. That's baggage, bro. People suck for that reason, man. It's like, because people are so passionate about video games, people get very like emotional about it, and you know, they might come from a different game that had like, they had a really bad experience with like developers, and unfortunately they'll bring that into how they treat the next wave of developers. So people love this game, so I think people still like the game, so when they get their ducks in a row, everybody will come back. Yeah, I mean, they just got to address this stuff, and you know, people will return. Like it's not like the player population is like dead or anything like that, right? Like we got 40K people on at, you know, Friday early morning, right? Peak times, and you know, over the weekend I'm sure it'll still hit good numbers, but it could be better, right? And when they address a lot of the stuff, I'm sure it'll be even better. Open up the ammo tab. I know there's a tactical. I know. I know, dude. We talked about it about an hour ago. Yeah, I mean, that's where that passion comes in, right? People get extremely upset at the developers, and it's like they treat them like they're doing it on purpose, right? And there's just so much toxicity around that, you know? So gotta get that heavy ordnance online. Feels like a lot is riding on mid-October. It is, absolutely. It is absolutely riding on mid-October. If they can't address the majority of people's issues, I feel like it'll essentially lead to the game probably declining for like quite a while until they can actually address them, and then the next big update. It'll be kind of like the 60-day update situation, where like Helldivers 2 declined big time in that time, and then the 60-day update came out. People felt better about it, but it wasn't 100% fixed. And then the Illuminate release, right? And then, you know, everything picked up again. I don't remember which one does which. One of them is mech and one of them is Warp Pack. I don't know which one is which. I would assume Oasis is Warp Pack and mech is bots, but I don't know. What do you think? Are you optimistic? From my conversations with the devs behind the scenes, and also just like, you know, me knowing Arrowhead after like playing their game for a year and a half, I am optimistic. Could they add a difficulty 11 without nerfing all their gear or technical limitation? I think they could do a difficulty 11, but they would have to add like tougher enemies and add like harder objectives. Because like we're obviously bumping into like spawn limits, I think, to some extent. If they spawn more enemies, performance goes down. Right? Like people have been reporting less spawns on average versus like, you know, this time last year. But I wouldn't be surprised if some of that had to do with like them slowing spawns a little bit just to make sure that people's, you know, PS5s or PCs could handle it, right? So, you know, I don't even know if I'd necessarily say engine limitations. It actually just might be like performance limitations. So being able to figure out how you can get more performance and then be able to spawn more. Like, yeah, we just need tougher enemies, and I think difficulty 11 makes more sense. It's just right now, the average enemy dies so easily that it'd be really hard to do a difficulty 11 without it not feeling much different from difficulty 10. Now, I've always said that like adding more difficulties isn't necessarily a good thing because it just separates the community further apart in the sense of like matchmaking. Right? What they've been doing over the last year is just making difficulty 10 harder, which is, I think, fair. And I think they've been doing a pretty damn good job at it. Sometimes they've been adding enemies that like suck to fight against, but the majority of what they've added is good. So. In Thick's new video, he was saying they should revert a lot of the changes, like the AI one. I don't think it's going to happen. I don't know enough about the topic to know exactly, like... And I don't even know if Thick necessarily knows all the things that happened with the AI update. Like, all we can say is, like, if we preferred it before or afterwards. But it's hard to do that comparison because it's, like... It's a distant memory, right? And there could be like a flaw in like thinking about the game back then versus now. You might have been enjoying the game more back then, so the AI appears better. And then you think about it now, and maybe you're not having as much fun with the game, and it's like, oh, it must be the AI, right? Correlation does not equal causation, right? So I don't know enough about like what exactly changed between the AI. I noticed that like the AI is like more... not as smart in the sense that like if you get spotted by one enemy before the AI update, every enemy knew exactly where you were immediately in like a radius around them. Right? But now it's like one enemy spots you and then a lot of enemies might not spot you until you make more noise. He claimed it's causing performance issues along with Game Guard. Yeah, I'm not sure about the Game Guard argument because like I've like played the game with like Game Guard open, and as a resource, it does not seem to take much resources. Like from what I can measure, like it doesn't seem to do much. But like the performance issues as of late are tied to shader cache, people not deleting their shader cache, and the game not creating a new shader cache when new things are added or updated. And then the second one is audio issues. Like I've said, my game has been running better than it was a year ago. Like I don't like, and I can like look at as a firm like point, you know what I mean? If you're seeing lower performance levels, I would look at deleting your shader cache, and or make sure you haven't played on the bot front and been playing like with the sound bug that is there, because I'm not getting the sound bug on Limited. I'm not getting it on bugs. Like, I did notice a performance difference at the same time they added the new AI, but that was also because they added the bot colonies, and they were poorly optimized at first. And then also, I didn't delete my shader cache. They optimized the bot colonies, and I deleted my shader cache, and my performance was normal again. So I couldn't notice a difference between before the AI update and afterwards as far as performance. And like, Helldivers is just a hard game to quantify performance though, right? Even it's like flawed because I'm just like looking at a green number in the top and kind of averaging it over time. But like, it's really difficult because depending on the planet you're on, way different demand. What what stratagems are being used, what enemies are on the field, which direction you're facing, like have you deleted your shader cache lately? What hardware do you have? Like, is your hardware apt to like actually like running properly? Like it's not like thermaling or any like errors or anything like that. I don't know. I just, it's a really tough thing to talk about, but like my average FPS is higher since like last year. They have 100% improved things. I put borderless window instead of full screen. I have better performance. No idea why. Yeah, that could be a weird Windows issue with, because if you have multiple different resolution sizes, Windows can get weird about it. Look at this guy padding his in-game time. Thanks, man. Maybe his G-Sync is only allowed on windowed. It's windowed. You can't decide only on windowed, though. It's windowed full screen or just full screen, if I remember correctly. But I don't know if you like force it on, but you should. But if you're using a G-Sync screen, you should force on V-Sync in your drivers. And that might be having an effect. When you're full screen, maybe it's... I don't know. That shouldn't affect performance. I don't know. Like, there should be no performance difference at this point in time between windowed full screen and full screen. Windows for some time now has like not really done anything about that. Like 1% lows might be different, but usually that's because less background tasks are being run when you go full screen. Like your own background tasks. But I've never heard of it going the opposite direction. So, I don't know. Like, if I could say anything about like the performance thing, is that if the game just forced people to re-download their shaders or like compile their shaders every big update, I think a lot of people's performance concerns would immediately be fixed. You leaving the match instant crash my game? Oops. Sorry. Yeah, I saw it as a defense mission. I was like, I don't want to play that. Oh, wait, Perdana. Yeah, I can't tell you how many people I've helped with that situation. And if the game just more regularly built a new shader cache, I think it would improve so many people's problems. But that being said, you shouldn't have to delete your own shader cache. The game should be deciding when to delete the shader cache because it's needed, but it's not doing that right now. Now, that being said, not everybody needs to delete their shader cache, right? Like, I haven't had to delete my shader cache in like 9 months because you're supposed to not need to, because typically your graphics drivers, whenever you update your graphics drivers, the game should feel forced to do it, right? Because typically when you get a new graphics driver, a new shader cache is necessary because alterations are made in the graphics driver, right? And those alterations can cause a lot of problems. So most games, if not all, should do a recompile after a driver update. Now, I'm assuming most gamers are, you know, reinstalling the graphics drivers, and that should happen. Will clearing the shader cache improve my aiming performance too? It'll also give you a better sex life, I've heard. Oh my god. Alright, I won't back out of this mission. Why is everybody doing this damn defense mission? Jesus Christ. You said you don't believe in 4K res? No. People had this like idea that like 4K res would be like super popular in the future. But the thing is that like graphics cards have slowed down on graphics performance over times, but games have become more demanding over times because of like increased visuals, right? So you increased your resolution a fuckload, but the game in general has become more demanding. So I decided pretty early on that I was just not going to fuck with like a higher resolution because it's like my graphics card literally can't keep up. And I appreciate high refresh rate way more than I do 1440p to 4K. Right? I would rather the settings be high and my FPS be high than me have to drop a bunch of settings or use aggressive upscaling in order to get what I want, right? Does that make sense? Like this was and before anyone's like, oh, gaming nowadays is fucking terribly optimized. Nah. Cause like even like 10 years ago when we were talking about Battlefield 4 4K, right? Like that game ran really poorly at 4K, even on the best hardware. Things haven't really changed. We have better tools for getting high FPS at, you know, high resolution, but a lot of people, you know, don't want to use them because fake frames or, you know, X, Y, or Z reason, right? I love this game. It's so addictive. Happy to hear it. You should take a break every once in a while, though, dude. Good for the mental. The jump from 1440p to 4K step in terms of pixels, yeah. And like some people say that like the jump in like game performance going down is because of like, you know, poor optimization. And that's true sometimes, but a lot of it is also just like higher demand. It's just, it's not as noticeable, right? It's harder to notice those changes. And you might not appreciate those changes as you did before. Like 10 years ago when they made a change to like graphics quality and stuff like that, it was very like noticeable, right? Nowadays, if they change like texture resolution or like shadow draw distance or like shadow quality or like real-time reflections or real-time, you know, anything for lighting, you might not notice a difference. You might be perfectly content with like screen space reflections and stuff. Top right hand corner, Games Freak. Yeah, so 1440p seems perfect to me. A monitor that I'd be curious in one day getting is the 5K to 2K monitors. I'm really interested in those because you turn it up to 5K when you're doing like a story-based game, and then when you're playing like a game that you want higher FPS in, you put it at 2K. Like the dual modes. Like I think my next monitor might be one of those, if there's any good ones at that point in like 2 years or something like that. You using OLED? I am. Ah, the bounce. The LG one currently? Yeah. There's a decent amount of them. But I also don't want it to be an ultra wide. I think a lot of them right now are ultra wides. So. Love when a game uses like photogrammetry. Surprising, these games are often quite optimized and still look beautiful. And it's really cool when they do it. Why are there no samples on his mission type? I don't know. Honestly, I'm surprised there's samples on eradication missions. What the fuck? This guy okay? We good? Are you happy with your OLED top? I was worried about that personally, Mr. Silent. But I play in a very bright room, and at least with my OLED, I got the Asus 1440p 480 hertz one. Been incredibly happy with it. I got a good deal on it, and yeah, I've been really happy. I felt like it's bright enough. And I have a fuckload of lights on me, right? If I turn off the lights, like, it's perfect, right? So it kind of depends on your gaming environment. I definitely would say with OLEDs, I would not game in like a super bright lit room with like a lot of like, you know, natural light. But like, you just have like lights on in your room and stuff like that, you're perfectly fine. You know? I definitely got like a semi-gloss screen. Just because obviously there's a lot of lights on me and I don't want to be staring at my reflection constantly in the screen. WLED that I got was like semi-gloss. So it's a little bit reflective, but not super reflective, but it's also not like, you know, matte, like super matte. It's a little bit in between, and I think it's the best of both worlds, personally. I think I would have absolutely hated it if I got a full gloss screen. So if you have any like direct light on you, I would probably avoid a glossy screen. But if you're in an environment where you can control the light and stuff like that, you know, I think it works really well. Like glossy can enhance things. That's my only concern about trying OLED is the brightness. I think it'll be fun. As long as you can control your room's like brightness, I think you're fine. QD OLED, you definitely don't want to be in a super bright environment, there's like problems with that like screen and stuff like that. But if you go with WOLED, not much of an issue. Only natural light messes with QD. It depends. Like, there's a lot of testing and they're just using like artificial lights, but obviously those are more like studio lights that a lot of the testers are using, rather than just like, hey, you have, you know, lights. Maybe if you had like a ton of pot lights in your room and they're all like max brightness. Yeah, once you go to an OLED screen, you'll not want to go back. I can easily agree with that. Like, I don't HDR game at all, but the OLED is so good at doing like colors and contrast that it looks like it's an HDR in front of me, if that makes sense, compared to my old screen. And I didn't have a bad screen before. I had like an Asus 27-inch IPS, you know, good monitor. But in comparison, it looks OLED. Sorry, it looks like it's HDR. I just don't fuck around with HDR because it's just a pain in the ass. Maybe one day HDR will just be better tuned and I don't have to fuff around with it as much, but like, until that day, I'm just not gonna fuck with it. It's not worth my time. HDR takes more electricity. I didn't even know that. That's not really a concern to me, but power's pretty cheap in where I live, but happy Friday to you too, or to Shrek. How are you? Thursday when? Not sure if I'm gonna play it today. I'll be honest. Haven't been feeling super good today, and I might just, you know, enter a bit early. Just kind of feel like chilling, I guess, to some extent. Nickel bless you with good health. Thanks, man. Yeah, my throat's not been feeling super good, and I don't know, I've just been really tired lately. I haven't been doing like super long hours or anything, but I don't know. I think I might be fighting something. Oh, I didn't see that. Oh. I highly recommend not bringing a mortar.
Don't worry, he brought a mortar and the airburst. He'll be alright.
Surely it'll be okay. Whoa! He was still charging that entire time he was walking into the wall, I think. Dark tide will make you feel better? I don't know. Did you find it distracting annoying having an OLED next to your regular IPS? No. I have a regular IPS 27-inch 4K monitor to my left, another one up there, and I have like a 1080p OLED, or not OLED, IPS for reading chat. Yeah, I mean, obviously the black levels are way better on my gaming PC, but or on like my gaming monitor, but like it doesn't bother me. Unless like surfing the web or having like your Discord on the screen and the black levels not being, you know, the same really bothers you. I don't know. But I find that hard to believe. You'd have to be pretty OCD for it to bother someone, I think. One thing I would do, though, is I would 100% go to a tech store and just, like, go look at it in person. Don't just go buy an OLED online. Like, I don't know where you are in the world, but, you know, going to, like, a Best Buy or some kind of, like, tech store that would have them on display, and just fuck around with them. Usually they're very well-lit stores as well, so you can kind of, like, look at the glare and, all right, how does it do with brightness, you know? I would hope they have some displays for that kind of stuff. Like, I know Canada Computers has that for us. Here in Toronto, Canada. Yeah, that is another thing. Factory Strider's bringing up a good point. OLEDs have progressed quite far in the last, like, couple years. I would definitely look at getting a newer model of OLED rather than an older one. Right? Like, it is 100% worth buying a product that has been released in the last year rather than 3 years. There is a noticeable difference in both the, you know, power, text clarity, like, brightness. It matters. Hell, even burn-in prevention and stuff. So. But I would recommend OLED. If you got the money, it's worth it. I would recommend it. And there's some pretty, like, decent options in the mid-range. Like, they're not super expensive anymore, which is cool. Unless you get a burn-in. So was I, but I've owned this one for about 6 months now. It is a bit of a pain in the ass to, like, remember to, like, do the, you know, the clean. I notice the pixel shifts sometimes, but it's pretty rare. Especially when I'm playing a video game, it's very rare. I only really notice it when, like, I'm on, like, a static screen in, like, a game, like, in a menu. Maybe I'll notice, like, a couple pixels move to, you know, to the left or right. But it's, like, very rare. I don't think I've noticed any burn-in yet, but, you know, obviously burn-in is something that, you know, you'll see, like, a year or two down the road, not 6 months in. How often do you run the cleaning? I have it set to remind me at, I think it's 9 hours at the moment. Or 8 hours or 6 hours. I can't remember what it is. I think it's 8 hours, maybe. But I like run it after like 8 hours. But like I'm also in a unique situation where like I stream, you know, 9 to, you know, 10 hours a day a lot of the time. So I get that reminder. Most people will not have the same experience as me of playing that much, right? But like, I think like it's a good rule of thumb to maybe run it once a day. You know, you're getting up to go get a drink or do something, maybe run it. It only takes a couple minutes. I'll wait a couple more years. That's fair. That's fair. Thanks for the advice, Norris. Yeah, I did a dumb amount of research on mine personally. I went back and forth on QD OLED, WOLED a lot on specific models, and yeah, I'm very happy with all the research I did, and it worked out really well for me. But it does seem like you do definitely need to do some research on like which one better suits you. And then we're warranty burn in 3 years. They all do that now. That's not really a concern anymore. And that's not necessarily 100% true, Whiskey Hotel. Hardware Unboxed has been doing a OLED burn-in test, basically. He's been, like, on purpose using it for, like, his work display. And he is getting burn-in. It's just not, like, super bad, right? He's obviously using it in, like, the worst-case scenario and stuff like that. of like he's doing spreadsheets and shit and not really gaming on it. But like you will get some amount of burn-in if you do things that are bad for OLEDs and you're not exactly taking care of it. So, yeah. But it is also not as bad as like some will make you think it is, especially with modern OLEDs. Modern OLEDs are a lot better than they were like 5 years ago. They have way better tech to prevent it. Would you find it hard going back to a non-OLED? Yes, incredibly. Yeah. If let's say tomorrow my like OLED broke and I had to go use my old gaming monitor, I'd have a very hard time going back. I'm sure I could get used to it again, but damn, that would be tough. But it's like kind of like watching TV on a bad TV versus a good TV. Same kind of idea. Like if you're forced to watch TV on a bad TV, you'll get used to it. You will. It'll be fine. It's not like it's unwatchable or something like that, but it's like noticeable. Right, like I said, like I don't have HDR on, but it almost looks like I have HDR on because of how good the black levels are. It just SDR. It's cool. Or going from high refresher to 60. Yeah. Yeah. Like it's extremely noticeable at first going to 60 hertz after playing at high refresher for a while. But the thing is that if you like play that for a while, you won't notice it as much anymore. I get that all the time whenever I play like a Dark Souls game or Elden Ring or Night Rain, notoriously locked to 60 hertz, right? But it doesn't really bother me after I play for like an hour or so because like you just kind of, your eye gets used to it, you know? You get used to it, but you wouldn't like it. Yeah, because I mean, you know what it'd be like if you were like on a better screen, right? That's why everybody says it's so hard to go back because it is, right? Like it's like going from like a comfy chair to a shit chair. Well, maybe not as bad as that because it's not like it physically hurts you. But you know what I mean. This is a Herman Miller and body Logitech. Got it 3-4 years ago now. Fucking love it. I'll probably be keeping it for another 10 years.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Reporting for duty.
It's a very expensive chair, but because of my occupation, it made a lot of sense. Herman Miller and body. And then the headrest is not standard. It's a company out of, I think the US makes it. It's like an accessory. You just add to it. Like my only complaint about this chair was that it didn't have a headrest. And then I saw that there was a third-party company making one. And I was like, oh, yes. Thank you. I too cry. Thank you for the tier 1 4 months. Welcome back, buddy. Appreciate you. Like, I wouldn't recommend, like, just a regular gamer buy a chair like this. Like, absolutely not. You know, I think you can get 90% or 80% of what this chair is at, like, a quarter of the price. You know what I mean? But my parents, you know, helped me out with it because they were, like, concerned about me sitting in a chair so much. It was around 1,000 Canadian, I think. Now, this was a number of years ago before all the inflation and stuff. Might have been 1,200 Canadian. It's expensive. Expensive share. But like a good office shares typically are pretty damn expensive. I think you could spend like $300 to $400 and get a lot of what this chair does. It just might not last as long. Like I've owned this chair for almost like 4 years or whatever, and I don't notice any wear and tear other than me having skin. You know what I mean? Like it gets a little dusty and stuff and I have to clean it. Right? But like I have not noticed like any... I have not noticed any like wear and tear on it. Zero. And that's with a cat climbing on it too. Like Luna is not kind to this thing. So, it's not self-cleaning now. Secret Lab's done well. I've heard good things about Secret Lab, yeah. A chair manufacturer actually recently reached out to me offering me a free chair. A Rosie or something like that? Does anyone know the brand? It's a gaming chair brand, also in the premium space, kind of like similar to Secret Lab. But I pretty much just replied like, hey, I already got a really good chair. If you want to do some kind of sponsorship opportunity, it has to be more than just you giving me a chair to talk about it. I was pretty upfront with them. A Rosie, I think that's how it is. Rosie? I don't remember. I would highly recommend capitalizing the L. Learn to Cry, because in Twitch's font, if you don't capitalize it, it looks exactly like an I, like a capital I, and because it's at the front of your name, it could easily just be a capital I. In the Twitch settings, you can change the capitalization of your name at any time. So if you want people to stop making that mistake, just capitalize the L. Is it true that expensive chairs give you extra buffs? No, it's just a correlation, brother. People who buy expensive chairs tend to cheat in video games. No, I'm just kidding. I hate every chair that looks like a fucking racing chair. I used to have a DX Racer before this. Boy, do I love this chair in comparison. I don't even know if it's an L or an I. Oh my god. Alright, I2 Cry. Until you change it, I'm just gonna call you I2 Cry until then. I have not seen that chair. Yeah, I love this chair. I love it. Not even sponsored. I paid full price. Gamers like racing. They do. It's double the price. Yeah, I saw your comment. 2K Canadian. Jesus. That's insane. Like, I'm pretty sure when I got it, it was like a little bit on sale when it was like 2,500 Canadian or so. But yeah, I'm not surprised with inflation. It's gone up. Herman Miller Embody. How's it going, Midnight? How are you? How you doing? Is he lost? What's he doing? Fell asleep last night, so I've been up for a while. Oof. Wait. Doing okay. Fell asleep early last night, so I've been up for a while. Fair enough. I hate when I do that. I feel like my butt cheek hurts a bit sometimes if I sit too long. Also thinking of buying the headrest. I highly... I don't know about you, but for me, having a headrest is huge. Super important. It was worth it for me. But, he sent me a friend request! He wasn't shopping. Well, I guess he's shopping for teammates. I ain't for sale. We got that BBL. No, I mean, you see me reposition in my chair. Like, I mean, my butt falls asleep sometimes, but it's like... I feel like it doesn't matter what kind of chair you buy, like that'll happen to some extent. I actually have a pretty bony ass. Feet stand. I actually have something for my feet. You guys don't know, but I'm like kind of like reclined in a way. I never owned a chair with a headrest. Oh. Well, maybe go to like IKEA and check out chairs with headrests. And maybe you'll want one. It basically just allows you to like relax a bit better. And also it unironically helps with your posture because you can do like a mental check on like your headrests. Like, oh shit, I'm leaning too far forward. Let me make sure I'm like, because it's like a physical standard that you can like bring your head back to and like, okay, now I have proper posture again. Now I don't, right? Thoughts on the zero gravity setups? What the hell does that mean? I believe it's called the Atlas headrest. Yeah, I thought I had some of the packaging to my right, but I don't. I cleaned it up a while ago. Yeah, I believe it's called the Atlas headrest. I don't know how much it is now, but I was like an early adopter to it, so it's pretty cheap for me. It's like $100 or $200, somewhere in that range. Canadian. I think that included shipping. Got like an ottoman? No, it's just like it's a injection molded like what would you call it? Like bin just flipped upside down. And that's what I put my feet on. Like, you guys might think that I'm like some bougie fucker, but dude, I'm in a basement right now that's unfinished. Like, I am not in some like fancy environment. There's a reason why I have a green screen. I'm in an unfinished basement currently. Basement has been unfinished for 20 years. Yeah, at least 20 years. We've been in this house for a long time. True gamer. I mean, the reason why I'm down here is just like sound, right? Like if I was actually in my room, I'd make a lot of sound, a lot of noise. I'd be waking people up. But I could be fairly loud when I'm down here and I don't bother anyone. You would get a lot more subs with your real background? Maybe. People would realize that I'm not some bougie. I don't got that kind of money. Ba-ba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Another game in the realm. Hey man, rent's expensive. Luckily, I like my parents. In Toronto, at least? Oh, fuck, bro. I can at least, like, save up and invest. That would not really be an option if I had rent. I don't make that much money streaming. Depends on what's happening, I guess. Thought you were in some fancy penthouse with marble flooring and golden lion statues. Like, it's expensive, man. Rent's not cheap in Toronto. If I were to get a place, I would need to probably be alone, right? I couldn't have roommates, right? I don't need a massive spot, so I'd probably have like low square footage, but you know, I'd be looking at least like $2,000 a month. And that's pretty fucking big for me. Because I'm not making that much money as a streamer. I could afford it, but it would be tight. I wouldn't be able to save and invest for the future, right? You need like 1,500 square foot. Yeah, that'd be difficult to find if, you know, at 2,000. It's like, obviously, usually you get roommates, but being a streamer, it'd be really hard to find roommates that are cool with me and my schedule. LG still #1 for OLED panels. Well, when you're buying like an OLED gaming monitor, you don't have to buy it directly from a LG. You can like get it from a different number of different like, you know, affiliates like Asus and so on and so forth. And then they are supplied with OLEDs, right, from LG or Samsung. Samsung? I think I'm pretty sure it's Samsung. Why stream early? Supply versus demand is the best way to describe it. At this time of the day, there are not many streamers. You'll notice that as I stream later into the day, my viewership goes up, and then falls like a cliff. Because there's just so many streamers that get on around noon EST, right? That's also getting, like, it's around prime time. And when people are streaming around prime time, I just have so much competition. It is currently 8:05 a.m., yeah. Exactly, Cosmic. Yeah. There's not that many English-speaking streamers at that time. You're looking for, like, night owls like me that are either ending stream, because there's a lot of people that, like, would stream at, you know, 3 a.m. EST, but it's like, a lot of them are ending their stream, not starting their stream, right? And then a lot of European streamers don't wake up that early, right? So I'm in, like, this kind of, like, good spot for like growing a channel. Now, obviously, like one day I'd like to be more like, you know, prime time for both my own like sanity and mental health, but you know, also just the potential for viewership goes up, right? Canadians taking European jobs. I've never seen anyone say that, but that's actually really funny. So when's prime time? Prime time starts around like, I'd say 11 or 12, you know, AM EST. and then it goes to about 9 p.m. EST. Kind of depends. Like, you can think of it like... You can kind of think of it like that. Because that's when the majority of eyes are on streams, right? Like, NA and EU together. Because that's the majority of viewership on Twitch, right? Basically, just think of it as, like, when are most people probably able to watch a stream in NA or Europe? So, like, right now, it's still pretty damn early in NA, so there's not that many people watching. But in a couple hours, it's going to be, like, morning for them. And it'll be, like, some, you know, early part of the afternoon. And then it, you know, just goes up from there as, like, more Europeans are home and more Americans are starting to get home. And then there's a little bit of an overlap where, like, Europeans are still awake, you know, and North Americans are, you know, getting home. How are drops affecting the viewership long term? What do you mean drops? Like video game like drops, like drop campaigns, or what do you mean? Twitch drops? Well, from a streamer's point of view, a lot of people will just come get their drops. I'll farm them for ad revenue. And then they'll never come by the stream again. They might come back for the next Twitch drop, though. You know? But they probably won't stick around. The good thing about Twitch drops is, like, two-part. One, you know, 1 in every 10 people that come by for Twitch drops might actually, like, leave a follow in the stream and come back. Right? So it's a lot of potential discoverability. The second thing is that it's actually really good for the game because the game's viewership goes up big time. So a lot of people rediscover the game or discover it for the first time. Yeah, but for you, Abyssal, you've run into the same thing as me. You don't need to be on a prime time, right? Not streaming at prime time is actually the better of the thing. I know this sounds weird, but streaming at prime time is actually the worst thing you could possibly do to become a successful streamer. Because of, like I said, competition. So that's why there's actually a lot of Australian streamers that have done really well on Twitch. Australian Kiwis. You ever notice that? There's a lot of Australians that have made it. Like, proportionally based on, like, population. Right? It's very interesting. Right? And a lot of it has to do with when they stream. Because typically, there's just way less competition. As an honest streamer, can't be on a prime time, 1 a.m. right now, 10 p.m. It has to help me grow. It is, but it would be like if you were streaming at prime time, it would be even worse. Abyssal would be my argument. You just call me a kid? Do you know how old I am? Maple dropping truth as usual. I like this kid. Do you know how old I am, son? Why just call me a kid and I have like a full fucking beard? $32. Close. Lower. Man, I wish I was still 25. Fuck. Whoa! See, I was worried about the fucking harvester. I should have been worried about my goddamn Gatling sentry. My oldest is nearly 20. Yeah, and I'm 10 years older than them. Does that mean I have to call you Gramps now? Anyways. Yeah. It's kind of coined as like the kingmaker spot because you're streaming at the lowest amount of streamers possible, but there's still a good amount of viewers internationally and domestically that want to watch streamers, right? Either because they want to put on a stream as they go to bed, or they want to put on a stream as they're waking up, or they want to put on a stream while they're working, right? And just the majority of streamers aren't on. So a metric to look at when like choosing a game to stream is actually viewers to streamer ratio. Now, Helldivers isn't that good of a game to stream anymore because there's a lot of streamers, especially in the lower numbers. But once upon a time, there was like not that many streamers playing this game. So it became easier to be recognized. So EST is Eastern Standard Time? Yeah. It's currently EDT, but I just say EST because Daylight Savings Time is currently happening. It's 8 a.m. EDT for me right now. Hypothetically, alternate universe question. If streaming was banned, what would be your day job? It would be like one of two things. I would either be in aquatics, so like managing a pool, like a local pool, or I would have continued university, got into business, and then worked in either business or, you know, continue my love for aquatics through like maybe opening a pool or managing a pool or something like that. That's probably what I would do. That's where I was headed if I wasn't going to continue where I was. So it's 10:15 p.m. for me, Maple. What would be prime time be for me? Basically like your evening. Like once again, that's why Australian streamers do so well, because for you it's like a normal time, right, to stream. Like, oh, it's after work, and you know, you could do it as some part-time thing, and you can build a group, right? You know what I mean? It's just like a normal stream at the end of the day. But for everybody else, it's like a different time, and it works out really well in your favor. Right? But there's like hundreds of factors of why someone becomes successful in streamers and doesn't. There's no like, hey, just do this and you'll be successful. Just stream a lot and you'll be successful. It doesn't work like that. There's like, dude, I could tell you a whole fucking course. Like, that's another thing I could do is, let's say streaming ended all of a sudden. I would maybe get into the market of teaching people how to stream, or working with companies on how to do their own streams, or how to work with streamers and stuff like that, right? Because I would use my experience in the streaming industry to like do stuff like that, right? Essentially write a book, sure. Sell a course. Mm-hmm. Like there's hundreds of factors. It's like, how do you interact with chat? How good are you at interacting with chat? How do you hold conversations? You know, are you annoying? Are you a good person? You know, are you consistent? What game are you playing? Are you good at the game? Are you bad at the game? Are you entertaining? Do you rage a lot? Is your rage funny? Is it not funny? You know, like and then there's also just luck. Like anything in life, it's being in the right place at the right time. Having the right knowledge to utilize it, right? I got really lucky that, you know, I was about to start, I was about to quit streaming when HG2 came out. It was like my last hurrah before I was probably going to give up. Because I had found varied success over the course of 5 years, but not enough to like maintain a healthy, you know, career, right? Helldivers came out. Luckily, I had been streaming for 4 years prior, so I had a great deal of knowledge on what worked and what didn't. But I was also streaming at the right time, so I didn't get buried by the bigger streamers that were playing Helldivers. I also learned how to manage burnout over the course of 4 years because I had previously burned the fuck out playing Battlefront 2, and I learned from that scenario, so I knew how to play a game a lot without getting burnt out. I got really good at reading chat while playing video games. It's a learned skill. It's not super easy. So it's just like all these skills that I had like learned over time, and I was able to apply, you know? So right place, right time. I got hooked only for Luna. Fair enough. I don't blame you. We're a cat. See? And then I'm so good as a streamer. Ego, 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 ego. You didn't even realize Luna left. Yeah, that's something I learned with my like years of streaming, is just like how to set up, you know, a green screen, how to get your cat to like you and want to sleep with you, like sleep behind you. What about the Battlefront 2 stream? What about it? I guess people find chill art streams to be boring. It's just a niche. It's a niche kind of thing. Abyssal. Like that's a really difficult medium on Twitch, right? The people that I usually see doing those streams are people that found success elsewhere on Twitch and then just do that as like a fun stream idea for a day. You know what I mean? And there's no doubt you'll find people that like it, but it's just, you know, it's a niche. And you gotta, it's like you're casting a net, right? And you're casting it in a very large ocean of viewers on Twitch. And then depending on the genre and depending on who you are as a streamer, you'll have a bigger or smaller net. But if you pick the right time to fish, it might help you. If you pick the right net, it might help you. If you have like better like mental strength to just continuously grind at it, you'll have a better chance of finding it. Like some people say, just like put lots of time and effort into it and it'll work out. And it can work. It can work, you know, if you just keep grinding at it. But with modern social media, leveraging like YouTube, making YouTube videos, making shorts, you know, can help grow your channel. So. But also just like, I would do this all as a hobby and come from the frame of mind of a hobby, not as like I want to do this as my livelihood. If it works out, it works out. The chance of you making it as a streamer, anything larger than like maybe a dozen or 2 dozen viewers, is extremely low. It's like 1 in 1,000 or less, probably. It just kind of, it is what it is. That's why I feel so lucky. Like, I could teach a course on all this, but at the end of the day, you could employ, like, everything I just told you and maybe still not become successful. Doing so bad so far, but I'm, like, to share my art and draw stuff. That's nice. Yeah, I mean it's hard. Like I remember starting off streaming and, you know, 2 people watching. One of them was my phone, right? Like just learn from those situations though. What works, what doesn't. I was lucky enough to have friends that came by the stream, and you know, I was playing some pretty niche games at the time, so I was able to grow my stream quite a bit. Luckily, I'm pretty good at video games, so that helps. It's like you're just constantly learning. If something doesn't work, you know, give it some time and then, you know, evaluate and then change. Because that's another thing with streaming, is that you have to be consistent. So if you like swap time of day when you stream or game that you stream, you got to give some time to see how it actually goes. You can see it as like you're investing in a game or investing in a stream. Time. What would an annoying streamer do? I don't know. Have you ever seen some people like play video games and you're just like, this person's annoying? Like, there's no doubt that like, there's people who find me annoying, right? Sometimes you just like meet a person, you're like, that's annoying, but like you'll meet 10 other people that meet that same person, they don't find them annoying, right? It's a personal preference, but like, you ever meet those people that like a lot of people find them annoying? Some people are just like, they complain a lot while they play video games, or they're constantly bitching or complaining, you know. Maybe it's like jokes they make or something they do. So it's... Thanks, Gene. I really appreciate that. Nice dog. Really appreciate that. Is chatting here help with the algorithm? I have no idea if it does. I think watch time is like the #1 thing that YouTube cares about nowadays on YouTube, but I'm not sure. Personally think speed and guys, but younger generation loves them, right? They love loud, bombastic, you know. You never know what they're gonna do. They're always doing something new and interesting and, you know, downright, like, sometimes dangerous. It's just like the unpredictability a younger generation just really enjoys. It's like TikTok culture personified into a streamer, right? If that makes sense. But like, that's not a kind of stream I like to watch, right? I more or less stream in the style that I would want to watch. And not everybody would be interested in that. But it's authentic to me and what I like. Again, with the truth bomb, this guy, I appreciate you, Gramps, for not calling me a kid. Thank you. That's very nice of you. New games coming should boost your viewership? Probably. I hope so. I hope you guys enjoy watching it. I hope we find some new viewers. Ghost Yote, I'm not really expecting, but I really like that game. I really like the Ghost of Tsushima, so I'm very excited to play that. Battlefield 6, I'm very excited to hopefully make some ground there. I hope you guys like watching it. I like to slay out on that game. Pretty good at it. Kingmakers is coming out. I think that's a really interesting game that I think Helldiver gamers might enjoy watching. Arc Raiders, I am stupendously excited for Arc Raiders. Hopefully you guys like watching it. I'll be here for all of it. And obviously Helldivers is continuing to do stuff, so I'll be there for that too. Let me go find my prune shoes. Battle Royales are boring for me. Well, Battlefield 6 isn't a Battle Royale. It will have one, but not until later. Kingmaker's gonna be a hit or miss. Yeah, I'm not sure how it'll go. I'm curious. Oh, Painkiller. Thank you. Yeah, Gene. Yeah. Painkiller as well, midway through October. What date is Painkiller? Is it the 20th? '21st. Not a bad date. It'll be right after the Arc Raiders stuff, but before more Arc Raiders. Should be good. Our Painkiller is like, it's kind of like Destiny meets Doom, combat-wise, not gameplay systems. It reminds me a lot of those two games gameplay-wise. I can't wait. I haven't watched that video yet, but I'm sure I would love to watch it after this. Good shout out for the Digital Foundry. I love watching them. Love this game, Sam. Bro only has one game on Steam. No. So when you go to your library, you can search for things. I don't know if you've ever used that, but yeah. I don't only have one game. I'm glad they shifted it. Yeah, I mean, Painkiller's release was going to be terrible. They were sandwiched between Kingmakers and Battlefield 6. It would have been absolutely devastating for them. It was very smart of them to change their release date. Oh, I was kidding. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, I can't tell humor super well over text. Unless you, like, you know, use an emote, kappa, stuff like that. I don't know you well enough to just be able to read your text to be able to, like, oh, he's joking. Is it true you can get more XP on the bug front? Yeah. In general, there's, like, just more side objectives. There's something going on with the map generation on Illumina front in particular. Just put just kidding in brackets. Yeah, you could do that. /S. The hell? Where the shots go? What? Oh, there it goes. It's just lagging. Okay. He's so smart. He's taking cover. He's dyslexic and doesn't understand humor. Oh, shut up. It's just better to take people seriously than assume they're joking in a lot of situations. It's better to ask for clarification than just assume. You see right there? I suppose he's probably being sarcastic. Probably. What chapter in your book is that? That'll be page 4 of dealing with the bullshit crap that chat says. And then I'll use you as like an example probably. Yeah, Arc Raiders has a free weekend on the 17th and the 19th. We'll be playing a lot of that. Thinking we might do like some really long stream for it. We'll see. How hard is it to stream multiple games, and how do you go about doing it? Do you just mean like from like a technical standpoint, or like from like a like I don't understand from what perspective, like just how hard is it to beat? Because I mean it's oh, do you just mean like, oh, okay. From that, like, it's like as decision making goes, a lot of it is like trying to find games that I think that there's an overlap. Because if you don't enjoy the game, chat will see that. Chat will pick up on that. Your viewers will notice. And they will most likely click off the stream. It'll be very obvious. Now, you can sometimes get into this situation where, like, if you hate a game a lot and your chat also hates a game a lot, you're like hate playing and they're hate watching. You'll find some Helldivers, you know, content creators that do that, or like, you know, League streamers that do that, or like CS, or, you know, X, Y, or Z game, right? COD, where they like fucking hate the game, but they're like addicted to it and they have like an unhealthy relationship, and like they just rage at the game constantly, but that's like entertaining to the audience that also hates the game. So it's like lethargic to them, or cathartic to them, seeing someone else hate the game as much as they do. I don't recommend going in that, but it's a weird phenomenon that happens. Anyways, I would say like you're looking for overlap and you want to find a game that like you think your audience would find interesting and you would find interesting. And if you can find both at the same time, that's sick. And then the next part is like, is it a good game to stream? Is it too popular? Is it not popular enough? You know, is it the right medium for you? Because a game that's too popular is a bad game to stream. Like, if I go stream Fortnite right now, I would get buried in that section. I would be like the 100th streamer or whatever, right? Like, being at the top of the directory is huge for stream growth and discoverability. It is an absolute rich get richer situation. And that is why it makes such a big difference when you stream, when there's not that many streamers streaming, right? So like finding a good game my side, like it would be bad for me to stream a game with like 10 viewers on Twitch, but it would be good for me to stream a game with maybe about 1,000 to 2,000. Any more than that, I'll start to get buried down the section and I won't do very well, right? There's some exceptions to that. If I can do something impressive in the game, or if I have an audience that is already very interested in the game, then maybe I can grow. Battlefront 6 kind of showed me that. But that's usually a rule that I follow. Some games just aren't good to stream. I heard flak rounds on the autocannon takes them out easily. A Ruptor as well. Crossbow. Explosive damage in general, or just raw damage. But flesh bombs are incredibly weak to explosive damage. In a way, your HG2 stream is one of the biggest ones on Twitch. Not exactly, but I think I know what you're coming from. But like at the moment, streaming Helldivers is kind of a negative to my channel because I'm actually a much larger channel and have a much larger audience than the game actually supports, right? But I stream it because I don't really have a better game in mind. But also it's like, obviously I'm known as the Helldivers guy, so, you know, staying consistent on that is important. Do you think Helldivers 2 will always have a place on the channel? As long as I don't outgrow it, or like I stop enjoying the game, you know? Because like, could I see Helldivers go to like Deep Rock Galactic levels? Maybe. If they stopped updating the game as often, or it grew out of favor with, you know, people. Like, Deep Rock Galactic is a good example of like a game that I really like, but I could never stream the game for more than like a day because there's just no audience there. You know what I mean? There's literally just no audience for some games. Deep Rock devs got kind of toxic. Really? I didn't know that. Hello, Revo. How you doing, buddy? Hello, Burke. Good morning, buddy. I'm great. I'm glad, Revo. I'm really glad. When Battlefield 6? October 10th. Or soon, buddy. Soon. Soon, bud. We'll play lots of games. 10/10/2025. I mean, that's just like one instance about that kind of stuff. I don't know if I'd call them toxic. They're just being like, yeah. I think there might be some context on like how people are asking, especially from gaming communities nowadays. They don't ask as much as they demand. I've been in like 5 streams of theirs where they've like actively targeted people for asking that. Yeah, I don't know. That's kind of weird. I would assume the context would be they're just tired of getting the question. The moderators on Deep Rock Galactic's Discord are indeed toxic. Oh, wow. So I guess maybe they're just like the developer. I have not heard of this. It's just like so out of character for them. They've crude humor, but they aren't spiteful. Yeah, I guess it could be a situation of interpretation. Because, like, you see it as actively targeting, but someone else could just see it as, like, they're just poking fun at them, right? But not in a malicious sense, but in, like a funny sense. Bugfish, I don't understand this joke. Are you good? How do you feel about mods in general in relation to Darktide specifically? I get it. A lot of mods that the Darktide community uses are like scoreboards or like, you know, damage numbers. I've used some of them. Some are just quality of life. Sometimes I feel like they go a little too far, but you know, it's the same as Helldivers. Keeps asking for money. I can see that. I'm just asking him, basically, is he good? Because I can't tell if he's just making some dumb joke that's just, it's not landing and nobody's finding funny, or he's actually just asking for money in a Twitch chat. Dumb joke, didn't land. Fair enough. That's a money issue too. From a cosmetic perspective, go crazy. I just think, you know, you can go too far to some extent in HG2 to the point where you're actually like affecting gameplay, and it can affect others if you're playing with others, right? But I understand people's like, you know, drive for it, because everybody wants to like make the game more for themselves, right? Fine tune the game to their own liking, which is fair enough. Just make sure it's not affecting others, you know? Fog or no fog? Fog. It's something that if there was no fog, I genuinely think the game would be worse. And you might not be able to like realize it, but fog is one of those things that like if you remove it from the game, it actually actively hurts variety of gameplay. Right? Because you appreciate the times when you can see that much more due to the times when you can't see. And it also causes you to play differently when you can and can't see. So you unintuitively like play differently, or I guess you intuitively is more accurate. You intuitively play differently when you can and can't see, which like engages your brain differently. Right? I understand people's hatred of it, and when it's used too much or in too extreme or like too often, people get like burnt out by it. It's annoying as hell. But I think Helldivers in general does like a fairly good job of like giving you options of different planets, different biomes, and then honestly not like doing it that much. It will always affect gameplay, but like you can say that about like anything on your screen. It's all affecting performance. But also, another one Zen's kind of bringing up is it's an art direction. If Helldivers didn't have fog or volumetrics, the game would look a lot worse. It would look a hell of a lot more generic. The fog and the being able not to see sometimes is incredibly cinematic. But like I can understand that some people like really don't like it because of like, you know, sometimes it can be a bit obnoxious. You go onto a certain planet with certain conditions at certain times a day and you just can't see. And that sucks. But at the same time, it adds variety, right? See it as a challenge, you know, but you can pick the time of day, you pick the planet at the end of the day, right? Nobody's forcing you to fight on that particular planet at that time of day, right? At the end of the day, time of day does matter. Yeah, and it seems like they're going to be addressing chargers being able to hear them better. I believe their goal was just like, well, if you're shooting a weapon, you might not be able to hit a charger, and if you still have screen shake on, you actually know they're coming. But that being said, most people don't play with screen shake, and from a gameplay perspective, it should be more noticeable when chargers are charging at you. They were going a little too grounded in the sense that, like, you know, a little too grounded in the sense that, you know, you couldn't hear a charger if you were firing a weapon. Love all your ranking videos on YouTube. You've helped me a lot in Xbox. You're the man. Hey, no worries. Happy to hear it, Gorilla. Thanks, man. Glad you like the videos. What did the developers think of No Fog? No idea, never asked. But my guess is that they enjoy it, because that's why they put it in there. Hoping they optimize their game. Delete your shader cache if you feel like the performance has gotten worse. Because the game feels quite optimized from my perspective. Also, don't play on the Illuminate or on the bot front right now. How do I clear my shader cache? Estimation mark HD2 shaders. It'll show you the file path. That may alleviate some of your issues. At this point, you should put delete your shader cache to stream title. I thought about it. What about all the War Strider memes? I haven't seen them. But hopefully they address War Striders. I think there's been a lot of talk about them over the last couple of months. I'm really hoping they make some adjustments. What do I feel like? Epoch? Epoch. I love bots, typically 10 them. The reason why you shouldn't play on them is there's a audio bug currently happening, Waffle, where if you play on the bot front and there's, I believe it's too many explosions happening at one time, an audio bug occurs and it just continuously gets worse and worse and worse and worse until eventually your game will be locking up, freezing, and potentially crash. So I would avoid going on the bot front until that is addressed. Like, I find a lot of people are bringing together performance and that audio bug. That audio bug is separate from performance. The audio bug causes issues with performance, but it's not overall performance. If you restart your game, it'll stop the bug from happening, and then you can continue playing bots, but you have to regularly restart your game, which sucks. I would avoid, once again, I would avoid playing automatons until then. You been playing Battlefield? A lot. Yep. You just heard me talk about it a lot. So that's why my shit crashed 10 times in a row on automatons. That's exactly why. Like, I couldn't play more than 2 or 3 games of automatons without having to restart my game, or else the game would start stuttering like crazy, freezing, and then eventually, like, possibly crash. Game is running much smoother. Wait, you already deleted your shader cache and it's running smoother? Seriously? You deleted your shader cache that fast? Just like surprised you did that fast. You actually think I wasn't deleting my shader cache? I was just big. I mean, you did it fast, bro. I'm impressed. That's crazy. I'm glad you noticed a difference. And recommend it to people if they're saying that their performance on like non-bot planets is bad. I'm very experienced. I'm glad. Most people I tell that to aren't experienced, so I guess I was a bit surprised. I'm overly surprised. My bad. Anyways, I'm glad it worked for you. Now that being said, like I always say, you shouldn't have to delete your shader cache in order to do this. The game should automatically be doing that whenever it needs to, or your graphics drivers should be automatically telling the game to do that whenever it needs to. I was gonna be able to yap about a shader cache for 20 years and I still don't even know what a shader cache is. As far as my understanding, and this is a limited understanding on it, a shader cache is essentially a place that the game tries to pre-compile textures, effects, things in game that you will come across, right? And it will draw from that cache, it will pull from that cache when it sees something in game. Right? And it needs it, right? It needs the information. And it's pre-compiled already, so it doesn't have to do it on the fly, you know, helping the game like render it, you know, in the future. Now, what I believe is happening on why we're getting performance issues if you don't delete it is that you essentially have like an old shader cache, right? Things are misplaced, or, you know, you don't have everything you need, and it's like not doing it efficiently. So deleting it is like important to like get it synced up. It's supposed to create a new shader cache when you get a new graphics driver, because the graphics driver will read your cache differently, right? The cache, any cache is like a short term. Shader cache is not really short term. It's like, it's something that is like in memory. It sits there nowadays, like in storage on like your SSD or whatever. But yeah, caching is normally short term, but shader caching is a bit unique. Yeah, it's not just textures though. It could be like effects, shades, you know, I believe some amount of geometry, objects, you know, things that you're going to come across in the rendering pipeline are going to be like saved there for quick access. You know what I mean? The only thing I'll say on smooth motion is smooth motion will cause a lot of like artifacting, because it'll affect AI, it'll affect like UI a lot, and it will increase input delay of the game. Because how smooth motion works is it's basically frame gen. If your FPS is starting at a low point, I do not recommend using like smooth motion or frame gen or lossless scaling, stuff like that. It will induce a bunch of artifacts and ghosting and like what's the last one? Come on, Rin. Input latency, right? So just make sure you're starting off at a good point. Personally, I don't turn on anything like frame gen related unless I'm already getting like 80, 90 FPS. Ooh, I was sitting right next to that nade. I thought it went farther. Yeah, input delay will be different for everyone. Some people are more sensitive to input delay than other people. So one person may complain about the input delay, another person will be like, what input delay, right? Personally, I'm pretty sensitive to input delays, so I'm more strict on frame gen and stuff like that, but it might be different for you. Yeah, if you play on controller, absolutely. Because of the nature of like sticks and like moving them to go, it's not as instantaneous as like WASD or your mouse. So you'll notice it way less on controller. I haven't seen it, no, Gene, I haven't. Berg over here sounded like he works at it, NVIDIA. You forgot to put the trademark symbol next to uses reflex NVIDIA technology. Are you a NVIDIA plant? Do you work for big graphics card? I find the conversation around like frame gen and stuff like that reminds me a lot of the early 2000s and people discussing VSync and not understanding what the fuck VSync did, and then just saying VSync sucks, and they literally just don't understand what it does and how it's actually not that harmful in some situations. But like because they don't understand what it does, they just like hear that it's bad and you should always turn it off, and they don't understand why they should turn it off and not use it. Frame gen gives me the same, like the frame gen conversation. Like frame gen's the exact same way as like VSync. There's a time and a place. There's people even to this day that still don't understand what VSync actually does, and they just like, well, of course you turn that off, always. I love screen tearing. Dude, I fucking hate screen tearing. It drives me crazy too. That's why whenever someone says, dude, your stream is tearing a bit, I take it very seriously. I turn on VSync like immediately. My son moved out and took out gaming PC, got a PS5 Pro last week. Turn on play. I find it much easier that way now. The simplicity of gaming on a console is just something that cannot be rivaled. Like PC gaming is great, but some people just don't have the time nor the patience to want to fuck around with it, you know? You know? Nothing wrong with console gaming. There's positives and negatives of both. I wonder if it'd be easier to just set up a batch file and auto-delete it at launch. You should never need to delete your shader cache that often, Trindle. Like, you really shouldn't need to. Like, there's actually something very wrong with your PC if that's the case. Oh, another top setting that I would just recommend in general to do, if you can do this on NVIDIA too, is under global settings in your NVIDIA app, increase your shader cache size. You don't have to put it to 100, but it can help alleviate problems that might arise with shader cache. It will not use 100 gigabytes. It's just you're allowing it to go up to that. It won't use that though. Typically a game will go from using a couple of gigabytes to maybe like, you know, it might use up to 8 or 10. Maybe even a bit more. Obviously, if you're, you know, if you're limited on space on your PC, don't do it. But I feel like most people have a decent amount of storage nowadays on their PC. So I would at least put it to 10 or 100. It can alleviate problems in some games. Like, more noticeably in, like, Borderlands 4. You would actually get a big performance bump and less stuttering if you increase your shader cache. Because the shader cache was becoming too large for the default setting. And if you increase the size, the game would run a lot better. So that's another one. So if you feel like you need to constantly delete your shader cache, it might be because that setting is set too low. Well, Brill, try increasing your shader cache size. You might not need to delete your Tarkov shader cache constantly. Right? Do you know what I mean? Like, if your cache is getting, like, that overwhelmed that fast, that might just be another issue. Entirely. Does Guard Dog have unlimited ammo? No. Look at the Guard Dog's backpack. You see those, like, horizontal magazines? That's how many magazines it has left. So it's, like, missing one in the bottom right. See that? Every time he comes back in, he takes one of those magazines. Right? The Laser Guard Dog has unlimited ammo, and the Arc Dog has limited ammo. The Gas Guard Dog has limited ammo, but it's hard to run out of ammo on the Gas Guard Dog. I will be honest. It ain't easy. Sure, cache size now at 100. Yeah, give that a feel. Maybe it runs better on your PC. I'm just spitballing here. Gun Dogs, medium pen, laser with light. Mm-hmm. Laser lights things on fire, which is nice. But it depends on what it's shooting at. Sometimes the medium pen is more useful. But also, in general, the gun dog, the ballistic dog, does more damage per second. Whereas the laser does less damage per second, but it doesn't stop firing, and it lights them on fire. So it gets somewhat close at times. You would also permanently have your performance monitor on for HG2. Do I turn it off or not? Getting annoyed to turn it on every time when I open the game. Are you using like NVIDIA's? Like that one? I just have the Steam one. I believe it's under like the settings and overlay. Isn't it here? Performance monitoring. So. Bring back light pen validity. What do you mean? It's very valid right now. Or like, do you mean like people validating it in the community? Dun, 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 dun. We'll do the light pen loadout. Evil. How good is the amendment against meatballs? I mean, it's not amazing. Like, it's not like crossbow. But it's definitely quite good because it does like good durable damage and like you can mag dump them really fast. I'll find a meatball and I'll just mag dump them for you. I'm actually using the amendment right now. Good timing. Yeah, I think a lot of people just don't want to aim as much as light pen requires, and they feel like the payoff for aiming isn't high enough, which I can understand. And I've been asking for a while now that like light pen increasingly becomes more, you know, beneficial, you know, whereas like light or medium pen is just easier to use and has a little more utility. Light pen is like, you know, great in other ways. No, Lucas, no. Typically it has lower durable damage. But typically light pen weapons fire faster. It may have higher increased overall damage. Oh my god, I didn't realize there's so many right there. Oh! Finish the reload. Just hoping for a flesh mob, not finding one. What the? Where'd you guys come from? There's one. Wait, why do I have all the searchlights on me? Oh, come on. There we go. Kind of want to just deal with only the flesh mob. I don't know how possible that's going to be. You stream on YouTube? I do. It's right below the stream. It's a secondary channel. Ah, fuck, he's shooting at it as well. Oh god, no! Surprised we survived, honestly. For me, it's faction dependent. If it's bugs or squids, light pen, bots, medium. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt that, like, using light pen is harder. On some factions, especially. And you definitely have to think about your loadout a little bit more. Right? Because, you know, when you have medium pen, you don't have to worry about bringing medium pen, right? It's good combo right now. Oh, fuck. God damn it. I didn't see it bounce towards me. Ah, fuck. I threw it against that wall and it bounced all the way towards me. That's insane. Is it just me or has it gotten more difficult to see the blue light warning on the ground for stingrays? I swear it doesn't show up on my screen most of the time. No, I don't notice that. Personally, I don't notice that. What? So I see he didn't die. Ah, okay, you got him. They're trying so hard to call on a bot or a limited drop. So fucking hard, bro.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Yo. G Daddy Short Dick. Wow. That is that's one hell of a name, dude. Nice. Thanks for the prime. That is certainly a name. That is one of the names he did choose. Enjoy your ad-free viewing, bud. I wear it with honor. I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do. Oh my god. Didn't even hear it. What if he didn't choose that name? It was chosen for him? Not all of us are gifted. Not about size, it's about speed. Yeah, I think there's some things that work on on Twitch, or sorry, YouTube, but I'm not sure exactly what works. Have a good one. You have a good one, dude. Pleasure talking with you. Ordinos. Hmm. Have a good one as well, Waffle. Bam, 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 bam. I'm gonna get that yellow beam. Surely. It's super credits. I can feel it. Did you play any horror games? Not really. Not a horror enjoyer. Very few even horror films that I like watching. Probably rare shit. Did you really just curse me? Or was it? That's rare. I rest my case. Streamer loot. I do have that streamer connection, you know? Streamer client. Someone said to me that Helldivers are an elite force because it was said to them at the beginning of the video. Did they realize that video was propaganda? It was literally a propaganda film? Like, that's the thing about Helldivers, is that it's an unreliable narrative, right? Like, we are being told the story from, you know, a certain perspective, a certain lens. And you're not supposed to take it super seriously. How much is 10 super credits? 10 cents? Yeah. I basically just found a dime. You mean bugs aren't fascists? No, they're more communists. Why does the nade bounce over there? I don't even know how that happened. Problem is that it's called the amendment. Which Warbond? Master of Ceremony. I just think it's funny how many people don't realize they're watching a propaganda film at the start of the game. It's literally propaganda. Like, it's in tone, in like everything. It's what it's showing you, what it's talking about. Like, it's literally framed like a recruitment drive propaganda film. Like, so I always find it funny how literally people take it. Because it's like, do you take normal, everyday, like, propaganda seriously too? Because if they're taking it seriously in a video game, are they also taking it seriously there too? Yeah, I'm curious. I worry about these people. So everything that people say on TV isn't true? Maybe you should put a little bit of, you know, speculation on things that people say. Do your own research. But do it well. Don't be an idiot. Don't go to Facebook for your research. I mean, Helldivers is based off of Starship Troopers, so I'd hope so. For sure. I did my own research, though. That's the problem when I sometimes say that, is like, ah, shit. You know, if you say, go do your own research, they might just go to a fucking dumbass place at the internet and find dumb information and be like, well, see? I found this talk show and they said everything I wanted to hear. Sometimes the truth is uncomfortable. Sergeant Trooper's book was a serious propaganda. It was. Apparently they're making a movie on it. The guy who did District 9 is working on a Starship Troopers like reimagining based on the original book, not the satirical movie that we all watched. So I'm very curious. I love the dude that did District 9, so he's fantastic. I think he could do a really good job in a universe like that. The book wasn't anything special, and I understand that, but like, it's a very interesting like piece of sci-fi that could be awesome. Basically just the Helldivers movie? No, because the Helldivers movie is more like, most likely the Helldivers movie will be more like a Starship Troopers than it would be what we're talking about. I read it in my sci-fi fantasy literature class. That's cool. Oh yeah. Do books also tell lies? They can. Doesn't mean all of them are. You said a Starship Troopers movie is being made. There's a new one, yeah. But it won't be like the Helldivers movie necessarily. It's different. Like, I don't think this new Starship Troopers movie will be anything like whatever the Helldivers movie is turning into. I would assume the Helldivers movie will have a little bit more of a satirical touch and more humor oriented. Not sure if it'll be a full-on comedy or not. Happy Friday, happy Friday. Yo. Alright, chat. I hate to do this, but I'm gonna call a stream a little bit early today. We've been usually going to about noon, but I haven't been feeling 100% the last couple days, and I don't want to like overdo it, especially with how busy October is going to be. So hate to end early, but yeah, we'll be back on tomorrow. Let's go ahead and find someone to host in the Helldiver section though. Let me look through the section. If you haven't already though, do check out my Discord and the YouTube channel down below. There's two links for YouTube. One is for the videos channel, one is for the live stream. So if you're ever like, hey, I prefer watching on YouTube, go for it, brother. Okay. Who's gonna host? Someone named Jambo? Sure. From the UK, we're going in hot. Alright, chat. Smallest streamer. Show them some love. Be nice, be kind. I'll see you guys tomorrow for more HD2 and maybe some Dark Tide later on in the stream. Yeah. Thank you so much for watching today. Appreciate all your faces. Great conversations as always. Discord link down below, YouTube down below. Just me about the old literature's genres, like Conan the Barbarian was written in the 1930s. Really? I didn't actually know that. I thought it was written like much later. Huh. Cool. RoboCop was also made by the same director as Starship Troopers with the same satirical undertone. Funny, I didn't get nearly as much satirical undertone in RoboCop. Maybe I should rewatch it. I only watched it as a kid. So, anyways, much love. Peace out. Thank you for watching. Bye, everybody.